It is now 8 o'clock, colleagues, so we can go ahead and start our Committee on Appointments meeting. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Now we're looking outside at some beautiful snow, and maybe at our next meeting we'll have our seersucker on. So let's get started with the first resolution. This is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Matthew Chafee to the Michigan Street Corridor Improvement Authority. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Colleagues, you can also see on our prep paper, this is a new appointment. This is a mayoral one, and Mr. Chafee would fulfill one of the resident voices on this body. And I think that after this appointment, there would be no other openings. Is that correct, Daniel? Correct. Any other questions, colleagues? All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. Next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Matthew Smith to the Grand Rapids Police Civilian Appeals Board. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. This is, again, a mayoral appointment. Thank you, Daniel, for sending over the file of the PIFs. Does anybody have any questions on this appointment of Mr. Matthew Smith? All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. I will also note that I think that brings that body to 3 openings. Okay. One that's still the mayor's, one that's Commissioner Robbins, and one that's Commissioner O'Connor. I've memorized them. All right. Next is a resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Sarah Lockman to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
This has been moved and supported, colleagues. This is one opening as, there's one opening right now on the body. If approved, this would fulfill that. Again, all of our bodies are important, and this is the board that, hears the appeals that might come from the planning, that wanting to appeal a decision by the Planning Commission, and really important to have a full body there. Ms. Lockman is, I believe, a 3rd Ward resident and is also a business owner with businesses in both the downtown and midtown areas. Hearing no other questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. And the last item we have is a resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Kimberly Moore to the Urban Agriculture Committee. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Support.
Support.
Moved and supported, colleagues. This is Commissioner Perdue's appointment, and I believe, can't remember how many are still open after that, Daniel.
I've got one still in.
You still have one? Okay. 4. Okay. And I know for that one, we kind of had just in the last month, so these have not been hanging out. I think my concern is if we've had an opening for a long time, if there's one that, these have been relatively in the last month, so I don't have a lot of concerns. Commissioner Perdue, do you have any comments about this appointment?
Miss Moore is a resident of the city of Grand Rapids. She works for Kids Food Basket. They have a lot of land, and they're growing food, both within the city limits and without. And so she has, I think, a really good purview into urban ag and how to connect it to other systems, particularly food systems, to promote food access and food justice. So I'm happy to have her serve on this body.
Thank you, Commissioner Perdue. Hearing no other questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. That concludes our business for today, colleagues. I would like to go next to the openings list, and then actually before that, I'd like to remind the body that there is a liaisons meeting today that the city clerk's office is holding with, all of the city liaisons for boards. That is a public meeting. I do plan to attend. That's also at the same time as one of our reviews for one of our appointed individuals. And we have a couple of colleagues out today, so I'm happy to go and represent this body and provide any feedback from that meeting. Really, what we hope to communicate there is any pain points that liaisons have. I know we've also discussed, Commissioner Perdue, you talked about some of the evaluation pieces, what was their experiences, so trying to, find out what are some standard and effective ways to get that information, and then also to share if there's, any concerns of, attendance. Sometimes people come on the board. I know I had this, 10 years ago, I joined a board, and then I had to quickly resign in a few months because I had accepted a new position, so I was no longer working in Grand Rapids, and that became a hardship for me. Again, happy to discuss that more, but did want to point that out to the committee. Okay, let's go ahead and look at these openings, which I have a couple of updates, and please feel free to add any other ones. I know, Daniel, we've been busy with some emails back and forth.
Let
Yes.
me jump in here at the
Yes.
beginning. So Board of Zoning Appeals, we just filled. City County Building Authority, I got an email from the city manager, who got an email from the Kent County Executive.
Okay.
About filling that. So Mark wants to talk about that one, so I think that one's kind of in the works.
Yep, and that one, I think the last time we talked, Lou had, I think you have more detail than we've had, but that's a good update.
So it's in the works.
Okay, and then for Community Relations Commission, Ms. Stout in our equity office did forward 3 names that the commission has sent to the mayor for review. So I expect the mayor to review that, and then perhaps we might see that on one of our May agendas. You can continue to scroll down. If I don't have any updates, I won't. I will say the DID board, it looks like we've gotten some of those resolved because now we only have 2. So thank you, Daniel, for that. I know the mayor is talking to a few individuals about economic development in Brownfield. We just talked about Civilian Appeals Board. I think the Housing Appeals Board is one that we talked about last time, where these have been a little bit longer open, and this, as any appeal body, they might have things that come to them, depends on if there isn't any action, but if you don't have a full board, that becomes cumbersome. So I know, Daniel, you sent some PIFs over for that one, so that will probably be the next priority. You can continue scrolling. We just talked about Michigan Street. I don't have any updates for Monroe, Tifa. North Quarter, we approved one last meeting, but this is still one, right? If I'm doing the math right. We do have a name that will advance for the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. I'm happy to share that right now because that person is fully vetted. Marcus Hargrave, I think he's the executive director of Camp Tall Turf. So he will appear on our May 9th agenda for your review and consideration. I know Commissioner Perdue, we've talked about public safety. I know you have been talking to some individuals, unless you have an update. And then Smart Zone, these are a GRPS and another body, so they're not technically sort of generally open. I know the mayor's reviewing those. I don't have any updates for South Division. There is a name that was forwarded for Southtown that I believe the mayor is reviewing. I know you sent an email about that, Daniel. Stormwater, this is Commissioner Perdue's appointment. I know there was an email sent, Daniel, so I know Commissioner Perdue is reviewing that. And then I think we should have another name for Uptown 2. We were busy last week, Daniel. And then Urban Ag, we just obviously did one for Commissioner Perdue. Commissioner Robbins, you noted that. Commissioner O'Connor. Kent County, David's not here, so Josh, Mr. Naramore, you can inform David that we brought up his name again. No, I know that the Parks Department has reached out to Kent County for their member. And then the farmers market has been kind of an open one, and I'm okay with that one at this point. Urban forestry is the same. We're looking at some ordinance language there. That body is to include different utilities to serve on that body, so we're keeping that one open at this point. And Vital Streets, again, we did a refresh of that to make it, I think, more meaningful and manageable. And then I don't have any updates for the rest of the other ones. Colleagues, I kind of went through those very fast, knowing that we had some activity last week. Do you have anything that you'd like to add or a comment? Commissioner Robbins?
Yeah, I'm having some more conversations with the 2 that are designated specifically to myself. Has anybody talked to Commissioner O'Connor about his? I just want to make sure he's aware that he has those.
Yes, for CAB.
I think you have CAB and then urban agriculture as well.
Yep, definitely on CAB. Urban Ag, I don't remember when that one came open, so we probably could go back and share a reminder. I think some of the processes, we all have access to the agendas and see what the openings are. So I think this would typically be where we would all look to see what openings we have, but happy to forward. And I know Daniel's been forwarding any new PIFs that he gets to share and to say, hey, would you like to review this individual? I know he did that last week for the mayor and for Commissioner Perdue. All right, so Commissioner Perdue, did you have anything you wanted to add? All right. So that is the updates. And I think unless there's no other business, we talked about the liaison meeting. And we should have a pretty, some other ones come through on the 9th, and then most likely at the end of the month as well. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 8:10. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We will call the Fiscal Committee to order here at 8:30. Thank you all for being here. We'll kick the agenda off with our first resolution authorizing the Grand Rapids Police Department recruit class to attend Grand Valley State University Police Academy for a total cost of $93,560. Take a motion.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Deputy Chief Trigg, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Happy winter. Yes, this would send 10 recruits to the academy, non-certs, get them trained up, get them experience, and pay for tuition training and whatnot. This is important to broaden our candidate pool. I was a sponsor 23 years ago and would not have been able to afford to do it on my own, so it's important. Get our staffing levels up. So,
Great.
right.
Colleagues, questions for Deputy Trigg about this class? How many classes are we anticipating for the year total?
hopefully 2.
All right.
Yeah. So,
And this is typical operations, right? Because this is typically part of our training program to send
Yep.
folks to
Yes, ma'am.
GVSU.
I just had a question. Thank you, DC Trigg. I know in the past we've talked about kind of the differences between Grand Valley's Police Academy and the training that's done at GRCC. Could you just give an overview too? I think that might be helpful for Commissioner Perdue, sort of how we select them and what are the sort of the pluses and minuses to either one.
of the different academies, it's really just what's available at the time. Like we're looking to put people through. I know Grand Valley has seemed to be the pool of applicants of late, but I know we've had several from CC. I don't think we have any candidates at CC currently, but we're hoping to increase that pool. I know we have graduation that we're intending on Thursday night.
Okay, great. Thank you for the
You're
update.
welcome.
All right. With no further questions, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 2 is a resolution authorizing publication of a notice of intent to issue $60 million of bonds for the Scribner property.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, this is a resolution to publish the notice of intent for capital improvement bonds. The bonds will be used for demolition, construction, renovation, basically everything that needs to be done to get the Scribner property ready for the departments over at 201 Market to move to the Scribner site. At this time, we're thinking that we will probably be using cash for some of this, but we did want to write the NOI to have the flexibility that we would need in case something changes as they're going through the budget. Just a reminder, the notice of intent does not say that we have to issue these bonds. It just sets up that 45-day referendum period to allow us to. I'm happy to take any questions, or if Molly, if you want to add anything that I missed.
No, you did great.
Colleagues, any questions for our? All right. Hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Item 3, resolution approving a renewal of a 3-year professional services agreement with Plant Moran, PLLC, for auditing services for fiscal years ending June 30, 2023, 24, and 25 for the total amount not to exceed $616,550.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. I'll turn to our CFO.
Thank you. This is for the 3-year renewal of our auditing services contract. The total amount not to exceed is $616,000. This is an effort that's a citywide project. When I was talking with Kurt Rapoon, our deputy comptroller, as well as John Globinski at our city fiscal leadership meeting, we meet monthly. So this is about a month ago or so. We actually took this up, and given that we're in the middle of some pretty significant federal grants with ARPA and things we have going through the Community Development Department, as well as going into the ERP implementation this spring, they, agreed, we all agreed that, hey, it'd probably be good to stay with who knows us. It's been a very great partnership with Plant Moran, so we're pleased with working with them. And, beyond that, if there's any questions.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions for our CFO?
No,
All right.
sounds, just a comment. Sounds like they've been doing a good job for us and given all the changes. It's just a standard renewal of a contract that you manage.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. No further questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And 4, resolution authorizing a budget substitution for emergency repairs to storm sewer system in the amount of $200,000.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Ms. Rebecca, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. So back in December, we were planning on using money to go to the NAP design and running that and eventually getting reimbursed by the Drain Commissioners process. Through that process, we realized that it'll go smoother and there's a few less hurdles if we let the Drain Commissioner run it with our input. We've always worked very well together with them. In the meantime, we had a major repair needed on North Taylor, so we need to put part of that back to the account, the emergency repairs account, and we're leaving some still for the land purchase from KISD.
All right, colleagues, any questions? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 5 is an ordinance amending Section 1 of the Budget Ordinance 2022-13 for fiscal services, fiscal year 2023, Amendment Number 13.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Ms. Claren, any comments about any of these items?
Yeah, if you guys don't want me to read them. No, they're all pretty routine. One thing that I will point out is the electric street sweeper. Often when we're trying to step in the space of alternative fuels, things like that, it's cost prohibitive. Oh my God, I can't talk. But anyway, it's usually too costly for us to just jump right in. We did get this grant from Eagle, though, that makes it more affordable, and we're going to test run and see how it goes. And yeah, besides that, the rest are pretty routine in nature. So.
Colleagues, any questions about any of these items?
No.
No, I'm excited to see the electric sweet sweeper. I know that's been a thing that, people have been asking us to work on ways to create carbon neutral systems in our operations. So I appreciate the opportunity to do that. No further questions. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 6 is our bid list resolution for April 25, 2023.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Colleagues, any questions about any of the items on the bid list?
Have any?
I just have one item about item 3, which is the yard waste bags. Fully support the purchase of the yard waste bags. I know those are important, especially springtime here. I guess maybe springtime here. Eventually, people are going to want to be able to use those to clean up their yards and properties. I know in the past I've asked, currently yard waste bags, tags, bulk item things are only available at a select list of retailers who partner with the city and City Hall. And again, I hear a lot from folks that, just having, oftentimes they're not in stock at certain places. There's no way to check stock if you're going to make a trip to a retailer to purchase those. If there's a way we can figure out how to have those available at more locations around the city, potentially at neighborhood associations, and allow neighborhood associations to sell those tags. And I hope long-term using the pay-it system to be able to purchase, upgrade the yard waste carts and things of that nature so you can purchase those through pay-it and not have to, make a special trip somewhere to purchase a tag. So hoping we can figure out how to work on that.
Sure, I'll pass that along.
All right.
I appreciate those comments. I agree. I've heard that feedback too with constituents in the third ward about wanting to access city services and city materials like the yard waste bags in their local community, in their neighborhoods, and via their neighborhood association.
And I know I appreciate. I looked last night just as a heads up to this meeting. We have a nice list online of who the retailers are that carry the various items, but not every retailer carries every type of city tag that they might need. So just being able to have more comprehensive access to those would be helpful.
Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Just to let you know also that some of these tags are available online. So I was able to schedule a pickup for some furniture to be removed. So that puts a ticket already into a CityWorks system. So there already is a list to do that. So as long as I have the money in my refuse account, I can pay for it that way. And then it goes in a list and it will tell you exactly, hey, please make sure that this is out 2 to 3 days, on your pickup day, and then they'll be by within 2 to 3 days to pick it up out of your driveway. So there are some things that are already available to do that way, but I agree with you. There can be more ways. I would really support the neighborhood association idea. We did have it in the fire departments, and we ran into several issues because that's not a fire department service. And we had people that were actually writing checks for a large number of bags and tags, and they were fraudulent checks. They were NSF checks. And so by the time that check hit the bank, we got it back. We're not trying to chase down somebody to prosecute for doing that. And so we shouldn't keep it in a fire station because that's not their core business, but I really would support the neighborhood associations.
Okay. Thank you. I hope we can figure that out. All right. Colleagues, any other questions? All right. Hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 7, warrant report, March 29, 2023 through April 11, 2023, and the travel report for March of 2023. Mr. Comptroller.
Good morning, Commissioners. So for the period reference there, the city released cash payments totaling $15.99 million. That amount includes approximately $5.4 million for our employee payroll expense and approximately $881,000 for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, there were 6,814 income tax refunds issued and 1,107 checks and electronic payments issued during that period. And as always, the tables on the following pages contain the details of all payments issued exceeding the amount of $20,000. Also, we have here our March fiscal year-to-date travel report. This details travel spend by city department for the first 9 months of the fiscal year. And the report is currently showing that we spent just over $1 million, or about 43% of the $2.4 million budget. And that concludes the reports I have for you this morning.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Colleagues, questions for the Comptroller? All right. Hearing none, that report will be received and filed. And our final report this morning is our Treasurer's report for the period March 29, 2023 through April 11, 2023. Mr. Treasurer.
Good morning, Commissioners. With our report today, the first paragraph kind of shows you that we have mixed information still in the economic data that's coming out. Excuse me. So looking at consumer price index, it's dropped from 6% to 5%, but when we look at the core numbers there, it's actually risen. So we're seeing some positive items, but we're also seeing some negative items. And so it will not stop the Fed from continuing to raise interest rates. They're still planning to do the next jump of 25 basis points pretty soon, and then again, and that's in May, and then again in June is the next targeted one. So some positive things are coming out, but we're still seeing a very, very slow change. And, you can't really tear the Band-Aid off and push everything down that quickly, because we're having a hard time right now digesting not only the rapid rise in interest rates, but how does that affect the housing market? How does that affect our labor contracts and pay increases and just cost for general services overall? So it's really still a mixed factor. I think we have gotten over the bank hiccup right now, but I still think there's banks that are still not safe. I still think that the industry still has to work through that. There's too many banks to digest all at once and try and figure this out. But I have confidence that the Fed, the FDIC, and the Treasury will all work together to make that a more robust reporting system. And when they issue their warnings and their letters to these institutions, that they can't heed those and just wait for some other action to happen. There were multiple warnings to Silicon Valley Bank regarding their position, and they did not take action. And so I think that they're going to have a little bit heavier of a hammer to wield when these types of things come up to make sure that our banking system is secure, as well as our depositors. With our report today, we do have $535 million in reserve funds, or in total funds. 2.33% is what we're earning. And so I'm pleasantly, I'm ecstatic to hear that as we're talking about this bond issue, this notice of intent, we're going to be looking to take some of those cash positions and possibly use those as opposed to do bond financing behind this, because if you're going to be paying 4% on bonds versus 2.33% I can earn, it's the net is that we're paying more than what we can take in interest. So I think we're going to have a very healthy discussion on what that looks like for this type of project. So with that, that's our report for today.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions, comments for the Treasurer? All right, hearing none, that report will be received and filed. And with that, we will conclude the Fiscal Committee meeting here at 8:44. Thank you, everyone.
right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Community Development Committee. I'm sitting in today because Commissioner Moody is out of town, and we have Commissioner Isasi around the table as well, filling in for Commissioner Knight. So with that, Commissioners, we have 6 items before us for CD today. I'll start with the first one. This is a resolution awarding a contract with SPS Pro Plumbing LLC for replacement of private lead service lines at various locations. This is contract number 2023-2 in the amount of $760,000, 346, with a total not to exceed 1.146 million. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Mr. Berkman, you want to tell us about this?
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. So this project will replace an estimated 226 lead service lines on the private side. So that's between the curb stop box and the water meter with copper water services. This will add to the almost 5,400 lines that have been replaced since 2017 or are already under contract to be replaced, as we have several contracts already out there. This project is actually the 4th of multiple projects that are planned over a 4-year period that are being funded by the $5.1 million EPA grant that the city obtained to replace lead service lines within neighborhoods of focus. And so the 5th and what we expect to be final contract under this grant will be bid tomorrow. So we look forward to getting those results and coming back to you at a future meeting. Specifically under this project, the areas include the area bounded by Hall, Century, Wealthy, and Jefferson in the 1st ward, and then Burton, Eastern, Hall, and Giddings in the 3rd ward. And we received 7 bids on April 11th. SPS provided that low bid amount of $760,000, rather $346, which was under our engineer's estimate of about $824,000. So I'm seeking your approval to go ahead and proceed with the award to SPS with that total not to exceed amount of $1,146,600 coming from the EPA grant and the Water System Fund providing for the local match.
Great, thanks. Questions, Commissioners? I just have one question. So with once we have the 5,400 lines either replaced or in the process of being replaced, how many does that leave us?
How many are left?
How many are left throughout the city, not just neighborhoods of focus?
Yeah, so Water System Manager Jernberg's coming forward because I think I know the answer, but I know he knows the answer.
So let me ask the second one.
Yeah.
So how many are left, and remind me the timeline when we'll get to 100% replacement?
There's a hair over 22,000 lead service lines left in the city. Majority, I say majority, but it's about 45% 1st ward, and then 2nd and 3rd ward are split equally, approximately equally after that. We have until January 1st of 2041 to be able to replace all of them. That's currently what has been being told to us by Eagle. However, there is a federal lead and copper rule that is under further review at this time where there may be changes to that. It is the state law, though, right now, and the state law is allowed to be stricter than the federal law with respect to a replacement schedule. So.
Okay, so 22,000, that's more than I thought. 22,000 more to go after the 5,400.
I'm trying to think, but the 5,400 is, where did that number come from, Tim?
So there is, since 2017, we've replaced about 3,500, and then we have 1,800 under contract. So the sum of those two.
I would say you're going to be closer to 21,000, about 21,000 once this year. Our goal is to get between 20 and 21,000 this year. This is the most aggressive that we've ever been in terms of the replacements. Some of the things that we're struggling with is just being able to keep up with inspections and also the inventory of meters, because as we replace the lead service lines up to and into the house, we have to replace the meters as well. The stockpile and supply of meters has been challenging. We're still keeping up with it, but it is becoming a challenge for us as the lead times and supply chain becomes an impact in that area too.
Okay.
But we're getting there. We're making progress.
All right. And we're testing, obviously, still under state guidelines. And I remember years ago saying that when we were replacing the lead lines and we had to do the cut in between the street public side and the private side, that sometimes that would result in a spike in the lead levels.
So right now we do not leave a partial lead service line in place anymore. If we do, so for example, if we're replacing the portion in the street If the homeowner does not grant us access to do the private side, we are actually shutting the water off. We don't have that happen very often, but it does. It does happen once in a while, and they have gone through and we've extended numerous opportunities for them to sign the agreements. We even have the contractors going door to door on these projects. And typically what happens is at the last minute, they'll sign those agreements. That's not uncommon. We have gotten better in terms of it. We do track the number of attempts that the city makes to be able to get in touch with the resident, to be able to get those agreements signed. For the most part, where we're at right now is typically in that 3 to 5 attempts per household is where we're at. But there's some areas of the city where you look at it, it can get upwards of 10 to 15 attempts, and it really creates an issue for us long-term.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, that will take us to a resolution approving a release of easements at 516 and 544 Monroe Avenue Northwest for $1. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support?
All right, moved and supported. Mr. Berkman?
Yeah, so these two properties are located on the east side of Monroe in the block that's just north of 196. In the 1940s through 60s, the alley that's located between Hastings and Trowbridge that runs parallel to Monroe was vacated with easements that were preserved for sanitary sewer that existed in the vacated alley. Back in 2018, the city approved 2 conditional release of easements that provided for the release of the majority of those easements, but it did retain the right for the city to access a manhole for a sewer that served specifically 516 Monroe. 516 Monroe has now been demolished and the sanitary sewer connections are abandoned, so there's no need to retain this any longer. So seeking your approval of the final release associated with these easements.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, that will take us to a resolution awarding a contract with Clark Construction Company for pre-construction services for the relocation of city services at 201 Market. Can I get a motion?
So moved?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Mr. Berkman again.
All right. At Commission's last meeting, you approved architectural services to relocate city services off of 201 over to the Kent County Road Commission site located at 1500 Scribner. All of this, of course, in preparation for the anticipated amphitheater and surrounding redevelopment opportunities at our current 201 Market site. We've also just completed a qualification-based selection process to bring a construction management firm on board. And the evaluation team carefully reviewed statements of qualifications. We conducted interviews and unanimously selected Clark Construction Company as the highest qualified firm to assist us in this effort. And I know Mr. Dan Cordy with Clark is here with us today. We are eager to have them on the team to assist us with cost estimating and ever fluctuating market conditions, constructability reviews, and ultimately provide construction management and on-site supervision when we get into construction. So Clark has provided a proposal for this initial phase, which is pre-construction services, in that amount of $143,670. They'll essentially be assisting as an advisor at the design table through that process and providing updated cost estimates along the way. Once design's complete, we'll return with a construction management agreement for the actual construction and renovations of the new facilities at the Scribner site. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So I have a couple of questions, and I'll turn to my colleagues. So the amount and then the not to exceed seems extremely large to me.
Yes.
So help me know the difference between 140,000 up to 3 million.
Yes.
When I hear 3 million for professional services, I'm just curious. Help me understand that.
Sure. So yeah, that is a big jump. Thanks for pointing that out. So under our sources and uses, which are shown in the further down in the item, prior authorizations under this project were about 2.9 million. And so that encompassed, the bulk of that was the architectural services that were just approved at the previous meeting. But there's also legal services that are in there. There were other preliminary design services in there, and survey, geotechnical, and so all of that rolls up into the total project cost. And so we're basically adding to that number for these pre-construction services.
So approvals we've made in the past fall under this contract?
Correct.
Okay.
Fall under this project number. And so, yeah, previous approvals plus what we're asking for today is what comes to that total not to exceed of just over $3 million.
I see, that
Yeah.
wasn't clear to me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to ask the same question because I was like, I haven't seen one with that big of a spread, but that makes sense. I think probably just a project this scale is putting us in that position. Can you talk a little bit, or if Mr. Cordy's here to talk about the timeline of this pre-construction? Obviously, as you mentioned, a lot of different moving parts on our city services side, but also these economic development projects for our city. So I'm interested in what that pre-construction timeline looks like.
Right, so they're basically going to be following the architectural timeline. So there's a lot of design work that needs to happen, and we're estimating about 7 months or so for the design work. And so as that's happening, though, they're going to be going along with us developing early bid packages for long lead time items. So things like structural steel that we could put out a package for, or mechanical and electrical equipment, generators, fuel tanks, things of those nature that have considerable lead times. If we can accelerate those with earlier bid packages, that's exactly what we'll do. And so they'll be working in step with us and with the architect along the way, but overall design until we have full construction drawings ready for the entire bid packages to go out, we're looking at about the 7-month range.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbins, any questions?
Yeah, I guess just I appreciate the background information too. It's helpful. In terms of the pre-construction services, I guess, could you just remind me like what that entails?
Sure. So constructability reviews, looking at and evaluating options. There may be one route that might be more expeditious, but that route may be more expensive. And so those types of analysis will be done in step with the architectural design, giving us real-time cost estimates as the design progresses, very detailed cost estimates, so we can make informed decisions of what's a must-have versus what would just be a like-to-have. And so keeping those all those factors in mind. Also, they'll be working with the trades to keep them updated and aware of anticipated, bid dates and when packages will be ready to really build momentum, build interest, and hopefully come forward with a number of subcontractors ready and eager to assist us on this project.
And I'll just ask one follow-up, kind of piggybacking off of what Commissioner Sassi said. I'm sure everyone on the Clark team knows that this is a priority project, and that the faster we go of moving off of this site, then we can move forward with the amphitheater, which is a major significant economic development project in our city. So the urgency behind this, I understand, some things will take longer lead time, but the urgency is felt by everyone around the table. And then my follow-up question is, will Clark also help us try to figure out if we can do some phased moving in partnership and in alignment with the Convention Arena Authority?
Right. And I think Mr. Cordy will nod his head that message has been delivered loud and clear.
It has been delivered, Mayor. It has been delivered.
But I will add that, though they are not yet under contract, they will be via your action here. They've already been meeting with us with the intent of looking for ways to accelerate, ways to coordinate, ways to potentially phase, because we understand the timeline on the back end of us getting off the site, and that is what the amphitheater needs to demolish, make the site ready, and construct what they need to. And so we are very actively engaging with them and trying to align those, look for efficiencies, look for opportunities to meet the two very important timetables that we have in front of us, the cities as well as the amphitheaters.
Okay, good. And I'll add, I know that you know this, and our team knows this, that it's not just us moving off in the amphitheater, but it's also the River's Edge work and design work, and hopefully creating a River's Edge that is more welcoming and open and consistent with our river corridor vision. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Commissioners, any final questions? All right. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, no pressure, Clark team. So, all right, that will take us to our next one. Resolution awarding a contract with Montgomery Excavating LLC for improvements to Highland Park. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported. We have our Parks Director here to tell us about this item.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, colleagues. This is for construction of Highland Park. The work primarily associated with this contract involves reconstruction of the entire parking lot in Highland Park, the addition of 2 sports courts and some walking trails throughout. If you'll recall, this committee earlier this season approved the submittal of a grant request to the state of Michigan for some additional work that will be done next year, which will include the addition of a new restroom facility for this park space as well.
Great. Great second ward project. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, next that will take us to a resolution approving additional phase services with Progressive AE in connection with the Gallimore property and public easement improvements. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. This is, Mr. Berkman?
Back over to me. So as a result of the significant erosion that's occurred in recent years along the Lake Michigan shoreline due to the record high lake levels, back in November of 2020, the city approved a contract to armor that embankment, the shoreline, particularly in front of our Lake Michigan filtration plant's low lift stations that are out there, those critical assets, as well as the property the city acquired immediately adjacent and to the north, known as the Gallimore property. So the revetment that's been installed out there consists of boulders ranging from 200 pounds up to 5 tons. So very significant material to establish and maintain that edge. There used to be a set of stairs, however, that were also destroyed by the erosion that had existed per the terms of an easement on the property, the Gallimore property that the city acquired. However, at the time of the project, the water levels were too high to allow for their replacement, so we held off from handling that as part of the revetment project. Also in October of 2022, the city approved a revised easement, which shifted the location so that the easement was no longer in between the low lift station and the Gallimore property, but it shifted it to the other side, or the north side of the Gallimore property. And a condition of that easement was that we would reconstruct this set of stairs. So we're seeking to fulfill that obligation. Water levels are at a point where we can now proceed with that installation. However, one of the stipulations by the state through Eagle is that we can only utilize power tools. We cannot utilize heavy equipment along the edges of that shoreline to avoid risking any further movement or shifts. And so that's a very unique effort. Progressive is our designer of record, and so we'd like to utilize their services essentially as a construction manager for the install of the stairs. They were able to find a specialty contractor that works with this very sort of installation, utilizing boulders as essentially foundations for stairs leading down embankments along water bodies. And so Progressive would finalize the design working with that specialty contractor and then oversee the installation. So the total amount, that not to exceed of $173,560, is for the design work as well as the installation costs, and all of that will be financed by the Water System Fund. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, that will take us to our last resolution before us today, and that is a resolution approving an increase with Fishbeck, Thompson, Carr, and Huber for additional design services for the citywide facilities master plan. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support. All right, moved and supported. Mr. Berkman.
All right, so phase 1 of the facilities master planning process that was originally authorized in November of last year has since been completed. That phase identified the scope of now the remaining phases associated with completion of the plan. That will include, to name a few things, detailed assessments of 90 buildings that were identified in that scoping phase, conducting a space needs analysis for the 33 departments that utilize or share some of these spaces, and development of an implementation plan for recommendations that will be identified by the team. So we'll look at things like departmental consolidation, relocation, facility maintenance, cost implications, property and facility renovation, and also property acquisition and disposition, all of those as part of the overall effort as we evaluate a multitude of options, with the end goal of providing a roadmap for future capital projects associated with our city-owned facilities. I know Michelle Hoffner is here with Fishbeck. She's the project lead serving on this, and I'm pleased with the work that Fishbeck has been able to do thus far in this planning effort, and look forward to the successful completion of that. So the resolution before you provides for the approval of an increase in the amount of $1,125,443 to complete the overall plan, with an estimate to complete that of approximately 1 year.
All right, Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring back this topic as it related to, I think we had our mid-year review and we talked a little bit about all of our city-owned properties, Mayor. I think in particular I was interested in, Commissioner Perdue and I had a meeting with West Michigan Works yesterday, just our standing meeting. And while that is a city-owned building, it is not city staff occupied. So I just want to confirm, in here it says that buildings like that wouldn't be considered as part of this facilities master plan. But I would like to see just an overview of some of those maybe unique where we own it, but we're not occupying it. What does that relationship look like? I think as we think about investments that some of those occupiers might have made, and, even how we could think about space in a collaborative way, as we've gotten a lot of requests. I think we got a lot of requests for more community spaces and, just more places to gather. So while it's not specifically to this item made me think about that request.
Sure.
So that was a long explanation, but basically our owned but not staff occupied buildings, are we looking at those, or how might those be considered in the future?
So I think that was part of the initial kind of scoping look at this, right, where there was about, I think, 130 facilities that we initially started with, and what we're moving forward with are the city-owned, city-occupied spaces, and looking for affirmation from the crowd, and I think I have it, because Kristen Fout is our project manager from our team that's also overseeing this effort as well.
So that's the 90 out of the 166.
It's 90 out of, was it 130 or? This is 166. Okay, 166.
Okay.
Okay.
There are a few outliers like that we need to revisit those.
Okay.
That's what I'm interested in, is what, obviously this is one plan, but I don't want to kind of forget about those pieces. And, I think some buildings are occupied all day. What does it look like in the evening? What are some of those relationships? So I don't have anything specific, but that did get brought up to Commissioner Perdue and I, so I wanted to bring it to this body. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess I have two questions. One, I'm curious that the phase two, the cost of phase two is clearly quite a bit more than phase one. So I'm curious about remind me again, did we do bids on phase two, or this was all part of phase one and phase two?
So we did a qualifications-based selection for the overall effort, and then we received a proposal to do phase one, which is basically what's developed the overall scope for what remains in the project. And so this that phase one is just kind of getting into what are we looking for as a city as a whole, and what are our expectations of the consultant in this overall effort. So that was just kind of the initial take on things. So we certainly expected this is the bulk of the work that lies ahead. So we did expect this to be significantly more in terms of cost.
So the county just did a facilities master plan. Do we know what they spent on that?
I don't offhand. I don't know if, no.
All right, I'll follow up and find out. And then my third one is, as we continue to work with a lot of partners in the community, the work of the plan will not preclude us from potentially identifying a piece of property and potentially selling it. Like, I'm thinking of the Wedge, I'm thinking of some of the vacant parcels that economic development just recently moved forward. So we'll still move forward with the plan while also looking at opportunities as they come up. Is that the intent?
Yes, and I think we work, actively together with economic development. If there's opportunities that come up, we can look for ways to, accelerate information that we might need out of the plan. But the intent is to not hold up any other activities that would otherwise be planned. But,
And Mayor, and also in that space, we would also, as you recall, last June, we updated our land disposition policy. And so in that, it does provide for those underutilized properties, vacant or otherwise. And so we would follow that process for any projects that would have interest in doing such a thing that you're describing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. And my assumption is that the 90 buildings are the ones where we're actively occupying, and we need to look at, potential, consolidation or better utilization of space.
Correct.
I know the clerk has a list, so.
All right, we'll work with him on that too.
Okay. All right, great. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, Commissioners, any final questions or comments before we adjourn our Community Development Committee? All right, our city team, any additional questions or comments? All right, we'll go ahead and adjourn CD, and we'll be back up here for COW in about 20 minutes. All right. right, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Welcome, everyone, to our Committee of the Whole meeting on this lovely, snowy April 25th. Today's a really important day for us as we get through not just our agenda items, but also we have the introduction of our fiscal year plan, which will kick off next 6 weeks of work we have before us as we work to adopt our annual plan, fiscal plan. So Commissioners, a couple things. I'm going to start off, we have one action item before us this morning, and then I'm going to call for executive session. We have a couple things to discuss in executive session. Immediately after Committee of the Whole, we'll go down to the Law Library. We have 2 items before us related to legal opinions, and then an executive session at 3 p.m. with our City Treasurer, Mr. John Globinski, to get a review and update about the work that he's been doing. And so I'll call for that as well. And then we'll move into both the introduction of the fiscal plan and then a presentation of the recommendations for how to utilize the funds in our affordable housing fund, and we'll have Chair Jim Talon will be joining us for that. So with that, Commissioners, I'll call the first item, resolution approving funding awards for CDBG, Home, ARP, ESG, and JAG programs, and submission of our fiscal year 2024 annual action plan. Can I get a motion?
So move.
All right, moved and supported. Ms. Bohatch is here, although we've had quite a few presentations on this. All of us have been able to read through the recommendations based on the work of the department and our work group. Some of you served on that around this table. We did have a public hearing. We have received input both at our public hearing as well as in writing, and I know some people reached out to us through the telephone as well, and we had conversations offline with them. So Ms. Bohatch, anything to add to these recommendations or what's before us today?
Yeah, so this is the final step in our annual funding process. So your approval today establishes the final awards for the projects that are going to be carried out between July 1 and June 30th of 2023 for the funding sources that Mayor Bliss identified. It also, you are also authorizing the submission of our annual action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And that serves as our application to receive the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships, and the Emergency Solutions Grant funds. Since, as the Mayor indicated, we've held a public hearing, we've had received written public comments, and you had a initial presentation on recommendations. There's only been, so everything is the same with one exception. There is one project that we had to remove from this award process due to timing of the timeline and the scope of project has been changed, and that's the United Methodist Community House 900 project that the representatives indicated that they will be sort of regrouping and determining later this year what the time frame and scope of that project will be. So we've encouraged them to come back into the process in our next funding round. Those resources that we had identified was $600,000 of home dollars to support that project, and this resolution actually moves that allocation to the ICCF Housing Corporation Seymour Condominium Project. And that would support the development of 27 condominiums through the redevelopment of the Seymour Christian School Building located at 2550 Eastern Avenue Southeast. And 14 of those units will be sold to households with incomes at or below 80% of the area median income through their community land trust. So that's the only change. And before I turn it back over, to the Mayor, I would just like to thank our commissioners who served on the RFP work group this year, Commissioners Asasi, Moody, and Robbins. We really appreciate your hard work on that, as well as the community development staff that support this process.
Great, thank you, Ms. Bohatch. So just to clarify, we're still very hopeful that United Methodist Community House will be able to move forward with their housing component, and that we'll see that move forward later this year once they work through a number of items and their fiscal stack. But also just want to draw our attention and those watching that we are still very supportive of the community center space there at the United Methodist Community House as well. And we at our last economic development project team supported RAP funds to go towards that component of the project. So again, there's a number of phases to that project, and we're hopeful to see the full project come to fruition over the next couple of years. So, Commissioners, any questions or comments? Commissioner Isasi?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you. Thanks for recognizing us, but I want to say thank you to the department. There's a lot of work that goes into this, the preparation, finding a meeting time that all three of us can meet, and then we know the number of hours that you spend directly with the different organizations to support the application process, to remind people of things, and so I do want to just thank all the staff that are here in the room and maybe watching. We know that this is a big endeavor, and that number is a great number, but it's also a reminder that it's not the only money. As you said, Mayor, there's RAP funds. We're going to talk about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And, I think that we've done a really good job here at the city to try to, connect and braid all these pieces. And we know it's still not enough, because we are up against things like labor and, cost of materials. So I think hopefully people will see that this is an investment in trying to identify all of the different, pieces of creation of, new homes, trying to do some repairs, workforce development pieces, and I'm excited to vote on this in a few minutes. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? All right, Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add my thanks as well. I know this process takes a lot of work, and I know as much time as you spend with the organizations who are interested in seeking these funding sources, you've done the same for me as a new commissioner, so I do just want to add my thanks in that regard, and I appreciate your work.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, Commissioners, next I'm going to call for executive session. So we have 3 before us today, 2 directly after Cow down in the Law Library for legal opinion, and then 1 at 3 p.m. with our city treasurer for the quarterly update. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported, and this is a voice vote, so I'll start down here with Commissioner Perdue.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Connor?
Yes.
Commissioner Isasi?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
And I am a yes. All right, so that gets that out of the way, and now I feel like we need a drum roll, City Manager. I don't have a drum, though. So this is a really important day for us as we turn to our City Manager, who is responsible for creating and bringing forward the preliminary fiscal plan for our city. So the plan will be introduced today, and then we'll be spending as a full body the next several weeks going through the budget and the recommendations, and then our job is to approve it before the end of May for a July 1 start date. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our city manager and our CFO to provide this really great overview.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, Commissioners. It is my privilege to serve this great community at your pleasure, and among the many things that you have tasked me with through charter responsibilities is to provide the proposed fiscal plan annually. And I take this with great pride, and both with pride and appreciation, because even though it's my charter responsibility to do that, I cannot do it alone. And so I appreciate the guidance and feedback that we've received from you and the public throughout the year, as well as the hard work and dedication of many of the city employees who, some are here today, some are watching, who've participate in the preparation of this budget, and I'll acknowledge them in more detail later. But I first want to also acknowledge our CFO, Ms. Molly Claren, for her leadership and the work that her Department of Financial Services does day in, day out, but specifically with this budget process. And what you'll hear today is an overview of the proposed $643 million spending plan that includes $179 million recommended for the general fund that will accomplish many things that are in line with our strategic plan and strategic objectives. One of the things I wanted to make sure coming out of the pandemic is not only that we can experience recovery, but continue to grow, as we have experienced a 6%, almost a 6% growth in our population through the last census. The demand for services is also increasing. And so this budget continues all basic services and essential services, but it also prioritizes the enhancements of several other areas, such as sidewalk maintenance and snow plowing, ability to communicate and engage with our residents, ability to permit and develop and review plans for development, as well as the ability to manage the many ongoing events that we have in our city. We also have placed emphasis in continuing our refuse program and recycling services, but also enhancing those services in certain areas with our Clean Community program that we'll talk more about in detail, that will be expanded to downtown and neighboring and neighborhoods. We'll also highlight some of the existing and ongoing investments in our capital assets, like our roads, our utilities, our streets. There's over $20 million that'll be allocated to street maintenance through Vital Streets, but also some of the transformational investments that we've been discussing this year and plans for realizing them, like the relocation of our public works facility from 201 Market to Scribner and the appropriate funding for it, as well as our discussion around how we will not only acquire land for our fire stations, but eventually build them. There's also a lot of work that went into making sure that we continue to sustain the level of public safety and improve it for both policing and fire suppression, and continue to focus on preventive approaches for crime like mental health co-response, homeless outreach, and other fire preventive initiatives like our residential safety inspection program. This budget continues to make sure that we're competitive for talent by providing competitive wages and benefits that will help us sustain our very capable workforce, and also helps us to coexist with both the built and natural environment, and making sure that we have very sustainable practices that allows us to meet our municipal greenhouse carbon reduction goals. So all of this with the centricity of focusing on our lens for equity, to making sure that this is an inclusive community, inclusive organization. And what you'll find in this budget is over $40 million of investments that further equity in many different operations. So with that, we'll provide the preliminary overview. Our CFO will give us a financial outlook of some of the factors and assumptions that went into forecasting proposed revenues and expenses for the upcoming year. I'll come back and highlight some of the investments in detail by strategic priority. We'll then dive deeply into our equity highlights and highlight certain areas of the budget that further our inclusiveness for our community, and then we'll talk about capital investments. Before you, you'll see the workshop. As the mayor said, today is a preliminary fiscal plan introduction, and we're not asking you, obviously, to make any decisions today. We'll have several workshops that are scheduled on the 2nd and the 9th, and the public will be asked to come to a public hearing on the 16th. We have the ability to also have another budget workshop that morning if needed, if there are topics that we need to have additional discussion. And then we'll ask for your adoption on the 23rd, and the fiscal plan will begin, or the fiscal year will begin July the 1st. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this budget is built on our strategic priorities and focus, and making sure that we hold our values dearly in terms of our decision-making process. But as you'll see, the budget is organized around our 6 strategic priorities. You'll hear us later talk about investments around governmental excellence, economic prosperity and affordability, how we engage and connect with our community, investments around health and environment, mobility, and safe community. Some of the other factors that we took in consideration in this budget process is the discussions that we had with you during the work session that started last November and continued this February during the mid-year update. And as we looked at those strategic priorities, we continue to be more focused on areas within those priorities that this commission wanted to see further progress. And you'll see those focus areas as well as key topics that we will highlight throughout the course of today and the upcoming work sessions. As I mentioned earlier, this is in a budget that's appropriated for recommended appropriation $643 million for all city services. While there's a lot of discussion around how much is allocated to the general fund, it is not fiscally responsible to solely focus on the delivery of services based on allocations to the general fund. And so therefore, we have taken a very holistic approach looking at the whole of government and how we provide services to all of our community using all available revenue sources. You'll also hear the proposed millage rate increase that's primarily attributed to the Clean Community Initiative, as well as our recommended ARPA allocation of almost $47 million that helps us in our economic recovery. So at this time, what I'd like to do is ask our CFO, Ms. Molly Claren, to continue to provide a financial overview and tell us about some of the assumptions that are used in the budget.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is just starting out. I want to talk about the process of how we get from start to finish with the budget, and that involves the process here within the city as well as public engagement. So as city manager mentioned, throughout the year, we have city departments, committees, commissions, boards and authorities. They're all meeting, going through a series of data, offering feedback, things like that. And all those things inform what we end up with the fiscal plan. So we are taking that feedback throughout the year. The budget office, we start in late fall, and through December, January, departments work on their budget and until it's basically collated in the budget office where we take an initial review of it for accuracy and compliance with policies, things of that nature, and get it ready for executive review with the city manager. City manager meets with each of these departments. We talk about the various initiatives, make sure they're in alignment with our, commission priorities, as well as the core services we're required to fund. And from there, we get to today where we have a package of a preliminary fiscal plan to present to you. So city manager already mentioned the public hearing we hold, but also we invite the public to we invite the public to email as well the clerk's office so we can receive that feedback as we go through the process. So this is just a pictorial of how it is a circular process we do every year from commission adoption. We continue to take feedback, and it informs adjustments to our budget as well as how we scope the next year's budget. The fiscal plan is a pretty elaborate document, but it lays out all the required things we believe the public needs to know, and it's put together on the guidance of the Government Finance Officers Association recommended tenets of things that encourage transparency, allow our elected body to make informed decisions about how we use governmental funds. So as you receive the letter, or as you receive the budget, you'll see sections like the manager's letter that provides a very good overview of what is this budget about. I encourage you to read through the budget basics section, as that gives you, it's a good primer on appropriations, how they work, what are our major revenues, the laws that govern their usage. We have special revenue funds versus our general income tax, things of that nature. And then we include the strategic plan link, and then we break down the budget further in different cross sections by fund, and then department specific budgets, and then we have the grants, authority budgets, and then in the appendices, we provide various other information like personnel detail, things like that. So what we're looking at with this year's budget, this is a repeat of a lot of what I talked to you about at mid-year. We're still facing these financial crosswinds where we're dealing with inflation and the cost of goods and services rising, particularly, that makes it difficult because we have our revenues returning to pre-pandemic levels, but it doesn't account for that increase in goods and services. So, of course, when we're putting together the budget, we keep affordability to our residents in mind and make sure we're following financial policies as well. We are still leveraging grants. We'll talk a little bit today about our ARPA allocation of 92 million, where we're at with that. And then throughout the pandemic and to today, we still have managed to maintain our bond rating, which I'm particularly proud of. We are looking at leveraging more debt with this fiscal plan. So as we step into our next bond ratings calls, I am proud to stand up with these financial policies and say we're doing a good job following them all. So I expect us to at least maintain, if not slightly improve where we're at. So as I mentioned, revenues are holding back to pre-pandemic levels. Our income tax specifically is trending at 6%. We're still relying a lot on our compliance, but to a lesser extent, that's a one-time tool we had. We maxed it out last year, receiving $16 million. And for those who are not familiar with what compliance is, it's basically past year's income tax owed to the city. We're going out and trying to get that revenue back into the city. So that's one way we've been able to sustain operations, particularly through the pandemic. And then with ARPA, we did break that apart in our general fund statement, which I'll show you later, but we're approximately 30% spent right now of that 92 million. As far as expenses go, we've discussed the union contracts this year, but that's been layered into the forecast. And then the inflation impact, it's currently around 5%, but again, we always have affordability in mind. And then as far as OPEB and pension go, my main concern with that area is with the way the market is running, that assumed rate of return has been dropping for our municipality, well, pretty much across all municipalities. And the opposite of that is our contribution rate might get pressured upwards. So that's going to be more cost to the city. So just to be mindful of that, we always choose as a city to stay in compliance with the actuarial calculated contributions. So that should maintain our percentage funded. Just the way our fiscal plan lays out and getting into some policies, we have a policy of our fund balance as a percentage of total expenditures being 15%. I'll show you this is the general fund graph right here to the upper right. It shows that we are as of the end of fiscal year 22 at 46.7%. A lot of that has to do with that extra compliance work, but you can see we do taper off once that ARPA revenue runs out in 2025, and we will have to keep our eye on that to correct for that in the future, but we do in this fiscal plan stay above the 15% policy level. I also included the budget stabilization fund. We did just do a budget amendment this year to add to it, which puts us up over, I believe, just over $17 million. So that's strong. It's at 10%, which is policy level. If our expenditures continue to rise, though, obviously that policy is a 10% of general fund expenditure level. So we will be looking at making more contributions towards that. It's been a great tool to have in our pocket in case we ever have needed it. We established it back in 2013. Have not had to use it yet, but again, it's another a tool we have as a city in case we do go through a recession or whichever tipping point we're at right now. So. More guidelines. I mentioned the pension and OPEB systems. We do follow asset management, particularly with the mobile GR fund this year. We are able to step back into doing more with asset management. We did delay some of their projects. We had been backfilling their revenue loss with ARPA funding, but now they're starting to stand out on their own again with this fiscal plan. So eager to see their recovery. We do have maintenance of effort commitments with the parks as well as vital streets, and you'll see on the upper right graph, they're included in those major general fund subsidies. So the vital streets being in blue and then the parks in gray. You'll see you'll see the yellow bar, which is the 61st District Court. Currently, we're subsidizing that that subsidy, just holding it level in the next couple years and supplementing with ARPA funds. So you do see kind of a dramatic rise where it's just over 6 million right now, going up to over 10 million in 2028. So what I'm hopeful for is we do get to that legislative fix, because we're not the only ones feeling that burden from having to help out the court operation. As far as the income tax growth assumptions for this year, because there is uncertainty, I mentioned the fiscal crosswinds before of inflation, different things like that. We did put it at 0%. A lot of this was driven by just our corporate returns, seeing a lot of corporations holding big piles of cash. That was another indicator of heading into a recession. So we thought we'd be conservative here with income tax at 0% just for this year to see what's going on, and then put in a conservative growth in 2% in 2025 and then 3%. Our capital reserve set aside, the policy level is actually 5%, and we went below that in 2018 due to issues in the general fund. It's been down as low as 4.25%. This year, we're going to step it back up to 4.5%, addressing the capital program in the capital reserve fund, but then we're going to up it by 0.25% till we get back into policy level by 2026. And then finally, for police services, we are mandated to fund it no less than 32% of general fund operation. This year it is at 35.1%, which is a significant change from last year. These are just some overview graphs of our general pension, and then the lower right is the police and fire pension funding history, both, very healthy. I'm thrilled to be up around 80% for both. Well, 76% with the general retirement system, and then at 71% for police and fire. Again, just being mindful of what is this assumed rate of return going to be in the next year. I actually just yesterday got the December report for the police and fire retirement system, so I might be coming back to you this summer just to give you an update on where we're at. And then here's the blended graph for the OPEB pension. I did break out the percentage funding in the three separate programs, but all these numbers are based on our December filing with the state for PA 202, and that's the uniform assumptions. So as far as our citywide revenues, majority of our revenues come from charges for services. So that would be the bulk of it is water and sewer. That's like $130 million operation combined right there. But then we have income tax and city property tax are also major engines for what we do. In the income tax area, that big blue bar section of the bar is the general fund. So it's the major engine of the general fund. One thing about that is it's subject to the volatility of what's going on more so than property tax. Property tax is a much stabler, revenue stream just because of the state laws around it. So we have the general fund gets the majority of the income tax, followed by the Vital Streets program, capital reserve fund, and then sidewalk repair. As far as property tax goes, this is how property tax dollars are used. So it's spread across the general fund, the library fund, the refuse fund, capital improvement fund, and the parks fund. So every dollar of taxes you pay, this is how it is used. And then as far as our estimated property tax millage rate, city manager already mentioned that it's is going to go up by 0.1994. This is mainly driven by that Clean Community Initiative out of the refuse fund. As far as our impact on residents with the property tax, the millage increase, we're looking at $63.93 for an average Grand Rapids resident. And then on the water and sewer side, Janessa Carter, our utility financial officer, came and presented on this for you in November. On average, about 5.5% for each utility there. So average annual impact for across the water and sewer bills for your average customer in the city of Grand Rapids is $49.50. Moving on to the American Rescue Plan. When I presented this at mid-year, we were still building out the 2024, 25, and 26. We've refined this more. So you'll see that we moved the small business assistance forward. We weren't able to scope out the work in time for 2023, so we're going to try to put that money to use in 2024. With the affordable housing, we set aside $200,000 towards Mel Trotter, sheltering, and storage, as we've done the last couple years. The remaining $1.5 million there is going to go towards more affordable housing initiatives. The other significant change is we need to address the PFAS remediation at the wastewater treatment plant. And then we are digging in and doing a large investment, almost $20 million in parks, trails, and neighborhood investments. And a large part of this is partnering, doing with the Greenway grant, and helping to bring a lot of those projects to fruition. And then the other new category is the Enterprise Resource Planning System. This is to help with the implementation we talked about at our last commission meeting, where we're going to start implementing a new ERP starting this spring. And then besides that, everything else is continuing on, like the homeless outreach team, and we still have some money to spend with our broadband connectivity project, which is connecting all of our parks into having Wi-Fi access. So, and I'll also mention we did approve another $300,000 to support special events, and then you'll see more money out in 2025 and 26. This is for staff members that we approved in December, 2 staff members in special events to help with this increase in events, and that's been a significant lift for our special events team, so getting them some help. So moving on to the general fund forecast. I've already just, mentioned the 46.7% fund balance as a percent of expenditures is where we landed in 2022. Going across the income tax forecast, again, that's from 2024 to 28. That's just reflective of that conservative growth estimate. We'll refine this when we see which way we're going to tip as far as the economy goes. The property tax remains stable, but then that third line there is our ARPA usage, so you can see how it's going to be applied in the general fund. If you look at 2024, of that 7.9 million, 6.5 million is plugged in just to make sure we don't run a deficit. So that's pure revenue recovery in the general fund. So that brings 2024's total revenue to 179 million, total expenditures almost 179 million, so we nearly break even in net revenue there. As you look across that yellow line, you'll see that we do run deficits as our growth in really it's the growth in income tax does not keep pace with our growth in expenditures. And part of that is also because our ARPA revenue that we were relying on is also tapering off. That program's going to end in December of 2026. So that's one thing we're keeping an eye on. We're not, again, we've said this before, we don't want to oversteer the ship and make dramatic adjustments yet, but I do believe we're going to be looking at that throughout the year, and hopefully see more income tax growth, but if not, do adjustments from there. So in summary, our total citywide appropriation is $643 million. General fund again, 179 million, and specifics in the general fund. I mentioned the ARPA revenue replacement, but we have built-in reserves for the fire department land acquisition. Our lapse increased slightly to 3%. Our Parks Mo, that has increased by a little over 400,000 for 2024. And overall across the plan, 1.9 million increase. we stay in compliance with our fund balance, and then our budget stabilization fund, I mentioned that at 10%. And as far as GRPD, the percentage funding at 35.1%, this has been, working with refining their budget, reflected from 2021, it was 38.59%. I will hand it back over.
Thank you, Ms. Claren. I just want to do a check-in, make sure before we go on to specific investments, any questions about some of the assumptions that were used in the revenue projections? Okay. Not, then I will continue.
So, City Manager, I don't have a question about projections, but can I just kind of highlight two things?
Sure, go right ahead.
That our CFO just talked about. So one, I really appreciate the slide 16, because I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about our general fund, especially the requirements that we have for major general fund subsidies. So the funds that we contribute to the district court, that's a requirement by state law. So we've talked about this around this table before, so my colleagues who are new around this table, we've talked about, can we say that we're not going to fund that gap at our district court? And the answer is no, under state law. So that's a requirement that we have. And then also vital streets and parks, that's in our charter. So when those millages were passed, there were requirements for general fund support for both of those efforts to continue. And then obviously with cemeteries, we have a fiduciary requirement to fund and to maintain those spaces. So I think some of us received an email, someone was asking us about what are the requirements for the general fund. So in addition to the 32% for police that's in our charter, we also have these requirements to fund other services with our general fund. So did I capture that accurately?
Yes, you did. Good job.
Okay, thank you. I just want to highlight that because it continues to be a question and I think some confusion.
Yeah,
about how much, so some of the things that we're required to fund where we don't have legally a lot of flexibility to make changes within those subsidies.
Yeah, and I know that this body has spent a lot of time, particularly with the 61st District Court, but you can see how it is. It's getting bigger and bigger, and as you look out that forecast, it's, we're going to have to pick that up, and thank goodness we've had ARPA. That's been a great tool to use for revenue recovery over there because we've been able to, they have to stay open, so maintain their operation while we could work on things internally here at the city at the same time. So, but we lose that tool. So that's why I highlight that now as just something we have to continue to push on, for sure.
Yeah, it's a larger subsidy than the subsidy for our parks.
Yes.
So anyway, thank you for highlighting that. I just want to kind of emphasize that. So with that, that's it, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And then while you're there, just for transparency in the required funding. So the minimum requirement for the Police Department General Fund is at 32%, as the CFO highlighted earlier. The funding level is about the same, although the expenses or the costs of the Police Department have gone up primarily due to personnel costs. We're at about 35%, same amount as last year, but down from almost 39% of the general fund costs from 2020. So, but again, as I mentioned earlier, a discussion around municipal finances cannot be done in a vacuum, only looking at one fund, especially for the second largest city in Michigan, where we have 30 varying departments with very different businesses. We have to have a holistic approach of municipal finances. As you've heard from our CFO earlier, we have done a good job with our financial management policies. And although the policies to some degree are by fund, a strategic plan is not for a fund, it's for our entire city. And such that I think as we've been talking to the bond rating agencies about improving our bond rating and all of our different funds, I think they're really impressed at the level of financial management that we've exhibited, especially during the pandemic, as represented by the fiscal health that you're hearing this morning and how we holistically look at our municipal operations. And to that degree, again, if you look at the entire budget, $643 million, and the allocation within the various strategic priorities, you'll see, and I'll highlight shortly how those investments are being made to include the $49 million that is being made in investments that advance equity. And just to give you a highlight between both operational strategy as well as financial strategy, these are some of the objectives that we set when we speak about good government excellence, that we are a government that has equity embedded throughout the operations, good fiscal sustainability, we have good places of work and talent, as well as collaborating with our partners in our community for better outcomes and changes. And so when you look at fiscal sustainability, Mayor, you are right on point. Part of what we are required to do is maintain that minimum level funding for the district court. And in the budget, you'll see a $6.2 million allocation for that. And that includes a level of funding that's almost $280,000 more compared to last fiscal year. You'll also see that we have, while we had over $90 million in ARPA, we've collaborated with Guidehouse to make sure that we are spending the funding in accordance with federal guidelines, and there is an allocation in there to pay for those services. In addition to I'll highlight some of the other areas around talent attraction, over $2 million for employee negotiated wages of cost of living. This is the second year of the contracts that we're anticipating in fiscal year 24. And you'll see some of the other investments that helps us to continue to attract and retain talent, such as our partnership our reimbursement for city employees for tuition, as well as our internship programs. Now, some of the things that we are doing to improve services also includes the Public Works Academy that our Public Works Department has been working with, collaborating with Grand Rapids Community College. We're continuing to invest in our youth development, talent, and attraction with the Grow 1000 program. Shameless plug, the deadline is April 28th for all those young people between 15 and 24 who would like summer employment and working for the city of Grand Rapids and our community partners. Please submit your application. We also have $100,000 for the fire cadet program and agility tests. You saw some of the cadets come to your previous city commission that has shown to help us improve not only the quality of people we're able to recruit, but to improve diversifying the fire department. And there's over $700,000 for the police intern programs that will fund about 32 interns at that stated rate of pay of $17 an hour. The police department, I heard the discussion doing fiscal, is also planning for an additional police academy, two recruitment academies with GBSU, funded at about $1.1 million. And also our contract with Epic Recruiting, and you'll hear from the chief at our next work session in great detail to talk about staffing and the progress that is being made and how we are trying to innovate and recruit for police officers given this very competitive environment. And Epic Recruiting has been very helpful in helping us develop that strategy. We'll also allocate additional money for $2.8 million for the Michigan Indigent Defense Compliance, as well as additional enhanced services. You heard the update at previous city commission meeting about almost $10 million for a new enterprise resource planning system that allows us to make sure that we have very updated information platforms and technology for our employees, but also that will result in better, reliable, more timely, accurate information and enhanced services for the public. We'll also have money to continue to fund our facility needs assessment as we look at all of our properties that are owned by the city and determine the best and highest use. That assessment should be completed sometime next fall. And in terms of additional investments for talent attraction, we also have funded internship programs, not only with Grow 1000, but another $36,000 for the water department, as well as the law department, as well as $20,000 for the water department. So I'll just highlight a couple other things that will help us advance government. We continue to have a culture of innovation. We started our innovation office, and this year we have allocated a couple $100,000, and we'll go in more detail in some of the savings and efficiencies that we have realized by having this environment of continuous improvement and continuing to focus on increasing the number of MLBEs that we have in our organization. So one of the largest investments that will be made in terms of how the city runs in terms of government is the relocation of services from 201 Market to the former Kent County Road Commission site. And that includes all property acquisition costs as well as upgrade costs for the site. And that will require the issuance of about $58 million in bonds. Some of that debt will be offset from the sale of proceeds from the asset from 201 Market. We're also remain very committed, I'll talk a little bit about that more later, that the sale of the asset from 201 Market would also allow us to invest in our affordable housing fund, and we anticipate at least $10 million being invested in that. As we highlight some of the areas, and again, these are just highlights, we plan to go in more detail during the work session of our strategic objective under economic prosperity and affordability that involves looking at how our community will look in the future around a comprehensive master plan and smart growth, and how we will retain and grow this environment of business resiliency and thriving in our community, and making sure that we have safe and equitable places for people to live, as well as making Grand Rapids a destination city through placemaking and events. So this slide, in summary, shows all the investments around what we plan to do in fiscal year 24 for housing and homelessness. You've just approved the item earlier this morning to go onto the meeting tonight for approval, but this is over $8 million that will allow us to continue to work with community partners, having outreach programs with our ESG grants, much of what Ms. Bohach has indicated earlier, as well as continuation of the storage provisions for those persons that are unhoused in partnership with Mel Trotter. We also have $100,000 allocated for our collaboration with our Housing Next practice leader as he just walked in the room. Other continued service around economic prosperity and affordability, the funding of our cannabis program manager is included in that. I mentioned the Grow 1000 program previously, $250,000 for our master plan, and continued investment in the Smart Zone Operators contract of $1.5 million. I did not say earlier that holistically, when you consider not only what the city directly invests in economic prosperity and affordability, but also the very active role that our Corridor Improvement Authority plays. We could not do this alone without their collaboration. And so there's over $40 million of investments from the various corridor improvement authorities throughout the city. So some of these are enhanced services that you'll see and hear about later. Again, we plan to allocate an additional $1.5 million in ARPA funding for the Affordable Housing Fund. So after this briefing, you'll hear the chair and staff, Ms. Behrens, talk about the recommended allocation of the first $5 million. But if you think about that, with that allocation of $5 million, this additional $1.5, and the sale from assets coming from 201 Market, there will be over $17 million in our Affordable Housing Fund that we will have this commission will have the opportunity to speak about how they want to leverage that funding to help improve housing affordability, housing accessibility, and supply. This budget also takes in consideration over $500,000 for event sponsorships and programming that keeps our city vibrant and active, as well as leveraging funding for the growing DDA Greenway investments, over $7 million of that to accelerate parks and trail connection along the Grand River. We'll talk further about the new Community Transformation Fund that was launched right at the beginning of the pandemic that takes first stage minority-owned businesses to the second stage, and they've been asking us for years to be a investor in that, and I think this is an initial step of investment of $100,000 to support the Community Transformation Fund. We'll hear more about that later, as well as our commitment to collaborate with both DGRI, Kendall College, and the city and others, showing our sponsorship of $150,000 for Art Prize next year. So again, highlighting just some of the capital investments, you'll see over $9 million from Lion Square, that's leverage funding, $5 million for enhancements of placemaking around Calder Plaza and our garage here, as well as our commitment to help the Grand Rapids Public Museum and their growth and expansion, and both in terms of their facilities and some of the projects that involve some of the trails around the museum of $2.5 million. And I already mentioned what we're able to do with the sales from the proceeds from 201 Market, and our intent not only to help with servicing of debt, but investing $10 million of that in the Affordable Housing Fund. I'll move on to the next strategic plan objective, helping to make sure that we continue to engage and connect with our residents. We've done a lot of that over the past few months with some of your recent community night out meetings. I think we had 3 last fall. We started 1 last month, and we've also had additional engagement sessions around public safety. And we want to continue to improve our ability to engage with the public and elevate their voice as we decide the best way to move our community forward. So you'll see various investments in engagement, whether it's for how we engage people around vital streets or our neighborhood associations and helping them solve some of the challenges in and getting their help in helping us solve some of the challenges in our community, or and you'll see our various communication platforms, $30,000 for online digital engagement, as well as the continued publication of We Are GR, our neighborhood summit, as well as continuing to launch the OPA efforts for helping to engage our refugee and immigrant community, and continuing the investments for making sure that we reach all members of our community regardless of their language. And some of the other enhanced services you'll see is additional staff person in the communications office. We have, with all the different platforms for communications and the way that we're engaging, we have realized that we have to increase the amount of resources that we have with communications, and that's a staff person, as well as contract funding for additional marketing and other external resources whenever we need to make sure that we really create more awareness around some of these more important public policy issues. We've also have $176,000 for expansion of Wi-Fi in the parks. We started that during the pandemic, and we've gotten a lot of feedback, and so we want to continue to add more parks to our inventory, as well as looking how we continue to engage with residents whenever there's development projects in their community, to make sure that they both are aware, understand, and are able to offer feedback on how to make sure that projects are developed in a way that's both beneficial to developers as well as the residents that are in the neighborhood where the projects will commence. If you look at the health and environment strategic plan outcome, one of the things I failed to mention earlier is when we looked at the holistic investment of our health and environment objective. Not only do we spend a large amount of resources on health and environment, but in looking at the amount of funding that we spend for climate mitigation and climate management, that number, and I'm going to look to Ms. Sutter to make sure I announce it, it's over 20 million. What is the exact number? $27 million throughout the various operations helps to offset the impact of carbonization in our community. And so I'm really, really pleased that we were able to step back and take a look, and looking forward to that in-depth discussion in terms of how we are able to reduce carbon emissions and support climate adaptation and increase resiliency. You'll hear more in the section about our investment in green spaces and how we maintain our other assets around water, sewer, stormwater, as well as additional investments around our materials management and refuse. And I spoke earlier, as well as the CFO, about making sure that we have additional focus on having a clean community. So some of the things that we're continuing in this budget, over $200,000 for equitable, healthy, and zero carbon buildings initiative. I was able to go to one community event this past week and celebrate with a lot of community members who are really taking pride in terms of making sure that they continue to have sustainable facilities in our community. And we are hoping to continue to elevate that work within the city as we do our facilities asset inventory. We also have $137,000 for climate change work that works with our community partners and making sure that even not only businesses but also residents understand how they too can reduce the impact of the greenhouse gas effects. We also have over $4 million in this budget to increase the grade level, our parks maintenance, and making sure that our parks remain very accessible and nice places for the public to access. We also have over $1 million for recreational programs among our various services and parks departments, from the summer day camp to the gear library to our various community centers such as Baxter, as well as senior programming. This budget continues the investment of almost $2 million in lead hazard control grants to make sure we mitigate the impact of lead paint. I know that we still have pending policy to determine, and we intend to bring forth that ordinance after the adoption of the budget. But I have reserved some contingent funding in the budget, a couple $100,000 to be determined if needed in the implementation of that policy. If not, we would reallocate to another purpose. We continue our collaboration with Network 180, over $700,000 in partnership of both the Mobile Crisis Response Team. I had a meeting with Mr. Ward yesterday, CEO of Network 180, and we were talking about the success that has happened so far and the amount of diversions that has occurred, as well as the partnership with Network 180 on the homeless outreach team. So we'll continue that investment, as well as over $200,000 for assistance in water bills. So some of the enhanced services, we've really taken note of some of the extreme weather conditions that have caused a lot of disruption around the state this past year, noting our partner communities in Kalamazoo and on the east side. And what we want to do was double down on our forestry maintenance services and making sure that we are mitigating and preventing trees that really, while we want to increase our green canopy, we also want to make sure that trees are not unmaintained to the extent that they become hazardous and really could become disruptive to the continuity of the quality of life of residents. So there's $1 million enhancement in this year's budget for forestry maintenance and tree trimming. There's also, as we discussed earlier, to help us meet our municipal greenhouse carbon reduction goals, funding for the purchase of renewable energy credits. And I'll also highlight over $400,000 in other core services, $392,000 for additional materials management support for corridor cleanups, additional collection days. We heard a lot about trash equity from residents, and we'll try to have additional dumpster days as we try to implement this new clean community initiative. So some of the capital investments we've talked about for some time, having solar at Butterworth, and this $3 million investment will allow us to make some changes in the circuitry on Butterworth and infrastructure changes so that we would be able to have the infrastructure ready. This is not for solar itself, but it's for infrastructure so that we can have the ability to store energy on the site. We'll also make some improvements, almost $2 million for flood walls in Canal Park. You'll see some investments along the green infrastructure investments along Placer Creek, as well as other stormwater projects, over $1 million for that. And you'll see some of the facility investments on the park amenities, $10 million for Martin Luther King Park Lodge, $4.45 million for Rosa Park. I know we've been trying to leverage some of the funding for those projects with our state legislators, and we continue to advocate for that, as well as another $1.5 million for Plaza Roosevelt. So lots of investments in parks. That's what we heard last time when we met with you. And not just what I'm pleased about is we look at the investments. It's not just in our center city. I mean, these are throughout our community. Almost $3 million in various park improvements. And you'll see some of the projects that are highlighted here. Continuing, our capital investments, what you heard earlier was, I think we've done several briefings about our current contaminated site that needs remediation. We're fortunate to have some of the federal funding help us alleviate some of the contamination that we're federally required to do. So we have a $6 million project. We plan to leverage about $3 million of ARPA to help us do that, along with federal grant and additional debt. We have over $10 million in budget for private-led service line replacements to continuing that program, making good progress. And this is not on the city sides, but this is on the private property, from the meter to the household. And we'll continue to make other capital improvements in our water, wastewater facilities, and you see the various investments that are outlined here. Moving on to our next strategic objective, mobility. There are a couple of things that we're doing that are continuing. We have gotten a lot of feedback, positive feedback around the e-bike and the e-scooter program, and we have continued that program at $100,000. And we're also continuing to partner with Next Steps of West Michigan, as well as our city staff, in terms of cleaning our various parking facilities. Some of the enhanced services, we've talked about this before, enhancing the circulator, the dash, and increasing the route. That's going to come at a cost of about $3.2 million, as well as expanding the sidewalk snow assist program by another 50 miles. So every year we do a little bit more. And we started, I think, with 100 miles, went to 150, and now we're at another 50 miles. And that's going to cost about $322,000. On the capital side, you'll see some of the capital projects that are listed, including the purchase of another dash bus. You'll see the piloting, the $500,000 of electric vehicle car share program in the MLK and Burton Heights neighborhoods, 2 pilots, and we'll hear more about that in the work sessions, as well as some of the trail work that not only helps us with our park access, but also creates additional mobility and options for transportation throughout the city. And lastly, under our safe community objective, you'll see a lot of continued services around crime prevention. We're continuing the efforts of Cure Violence. I know this year we started the effort in the 3rd Ward. There's an expansion pilot that we're trying to launch in the 2nd Ward. Mr. Davis will brief us on the efforts of that program, as well as continuing to fund the Safe Task Force at $1 million. Excuse me, $100,000.
You got Commissioner Isasi.
I know, it's because she's sitting next to me. I was thinking the 3rd Ward Equity Fund at $1 million. The Safe Task Force is at $100,000. And you'll see some of the other investments that helps us with crime prevention, whether it's SEPTED or the police department's crime victim analyst. And also under reform, we're continuing those efforts with the community informed, community engaged training, the $100,000 there, as well as our support in terms of looking how we show up in crisis differently and staffing both for police and fire in non-emergency situations with mental health, behavioral health specialists in terms of our co-response model. And the staffing. We cannot continue to offer good quality public safety services without not only having non-traditional ways of preventing and responding to critical incidents, but also traditional ways in having police officers, especially when the event or the incident only requires a police officer. So we continue to recruit. I highlighted that earlier in the academies, as well as maintaining our funding for over $350,000 for police crossing guards, school crossing guards, rather. Some of the enhanced services, because of some of the staffing issues, we have collaborated with the DDA and have, like we have done in other city parks, whether it's Canal Park or MLK Park, have agreed to collaborate on non-sworn private security. We've also continued that program in our Parks Department, as well as some additional programs that are aimed at reaching youth and making sure people understand their rights. I'll also remind the commission that last year we have moved the budget for the body-worn cameras from the police department to the Office of Public Oversight and Public Accountability, and we're continuing that practice. To date, I have not been made aware of any problems in the administration or the oversight of that program, and look forward to hearing an update from both our oversight office as well as the police department on that. So now I will pause and see if there are any areas that you are interested in learning more or hearing more about specifically in future briefings before we turn it over to our Chief Equity Officer.
All right, I'll see. Commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner.
I was going to say, I have maybe 11 things. So do you want us to email? You remember last year we did the emails and then you sent it out, city manager. I'm thinking just for timing's sake, because I'm sure we probably all have different things and some of them are overlapping.
I think thinking of process. I know we all just received the budget book and we haven't had time to read through the whole thing. How about we create a list and send it to city manager, and my guess is that there will be some overlap between all of us, and he can use that as he sets up the upcoming budget workshops and briefings. City Manager, what do you think? I mean, I have a lot of notes too. I'm not sure right now is the best time because I'm assuming some of these you're already planning to touch on
Yeah.
at the upcoming.
Okay. Well, what I will do, let's get through the presentation then, and at least for the next work session, those topics that we're going to present on at the next session, if there are any urgent things that you think we need to highlight, I'd like to hear that at the end.
Yeah, do you have a list of what you were planning to
Yep.
present?
Yep.
Okay, how
Yep.
about we do that? Let's get through this. Let's look at what you're planning for the next session. And then if there are specifics within those topics that we want to make sure are included, we can let you know. And then we can also come up with a list of questions that we have and email them to you. And then, commissioners, what we did last year is that as we emailed city manager questions, he responded to our questions to the full commission, just so that we all could continue to get briefed and additional details as questions came up.
Very good. Ms. Stout?
So I'm excited to present to you the equity aspect of it that Ms. Claire
talked about, talked about earlier. So equity investments. So before just kind of setting the stage on what we mean by that. So this is our value. So when I'm looking at the budget submissions of the different departments and the strategies going into the new fiscal year, I look at, is it leveraging our influence to intentionally, thoughtfully remove and prevent barriers created by systemic and institutional injustice? Is it a policy? And so for us, it's a small p policy. It's practice change, protocol, written policy, but also unwritten policy. And that it goes beyond geographic location. So there's things that might happen in the community, but does it benefit the community? Is there an intentional strategy to hire from that community, to use diverse vendors, that sort of thing? So geography in and itself for this analysis does not deem it as equity. So this year, going into FY24, a little over $49 million towards equity investments. That is an increase from last year, around $36 million. In addition, there's also additional diversity and inclusion strategies like translation services and interpretation, just direct language services. That is more D&I than it is equity, but it's very important to foster belonging both in our organization and beyond. And just a reminder, the city has a distributed model for our diversity, equity, and inclusion work, which means every single department, every single person is an equity department or an equity worker, right? So each department, per our values, is to lead with equity. So as you hear departments present throughout the year, you should be hearing on most commission agenda items some kind of equity analysis. And then our office, the Office of Equity and Engagement, we provide a lot of strategic thought partnerships, training, guidance, consulting, also some core accountability strategies such as this budget process. And then in addition, just to really help those departments lead with equity within their scope of influence, control in their work. In addition, we have several OEE programs. So a few notes, part of the Welcome Plan and also just our ongoing inclusion efforts, the administrative policy around the language inclusion for translation services for languages other than English goes into effect in July. But over the last year and a half, 2 years, several departments have been proactively translating key forms, getting information circulated in community, and also being really intentional. I think of the city clerk being really intentional to have bilingual election workers, really to maximize that access to voting. We love acronyms, so I will explain all these acronyms in the second bullet. But as you know, since the start of the strategic plan, we have tripled the number of micro-local business enterprise, or MLBE, certifications in the city. We also worked with comptrollers and purchasing to go through our current vendors, our current ERP system, which is, again, Enterprise Resource Planning System, to tag vendors. Do they have a MBE or WBE certification? So this is an actual a name of a certification you get at the state or federal level. MBEs, which is Minority Business Enterprise or Women Business Enterprise. But there's a lot of businesses that are owned by people of color or women that don't necessarily go through the certification process at the state or federal level. So we added some tags in our vendor system, MAB, Minority Affiliated, or Women Affiliated Business. So we have a more robust picture of both who's in our system, but also as we implement the new ERP system, not just who's in our system, but who are we utilizing? What is our investment? So we're really excited to present that to you in future years. And the new system will also allow departments to track this utilization by their department, but also run their own workforce diversity reports as they continue to try to represent the community that we serve. And I'm also really proud of the organization and the growing theme that I'm seeing around these equity strategies, that not in this dollar amount that I presented to you,
beyond staff time, there's a lot of equity strategies that's looking at practice change that's really going to have a big impact, or maybe research or establishing that baseline data. And that in itself, even though there's not a budget specific number next to it, it's really powerful. So just, I won't go through all of them. City manager explained quite a few of them, just high level. Of course, anything we can do to reduce lead exposure is very important. Making sure that people have representation as they go through the court system is critically important. The work that we're doing around reducing or eliminating homelessness, eviction prevention, and also lowering utilities. Utilities is a part of housing, so really excited for the work that EH0 has been doing in community. The overlap between environmental justice and racial justice and equity is significant, and so really excited about how they've centered that as they do that climate change work. A good example of the location in itself doesn't make it equity, but for these lodges in Roosevelt Park and Martin Luther King Park area, it's really the intentionality to outreach and work with diverse vendors and the community, and so that's why it's on this list. And again, housing, utilities, so water, sewer, helping with refuge, transportation, that all adds up for individual and families. And then you'll hear more about economic development in the future workshop and the work that they're doing to be very intentional and innovative. Very excited for our office always of special events. They have been so intentional with their event sponsorship program and really living into our value as far as leveraging their influence. And through this really important program, they've helped a lot of event planners, big and small. How are you being inclusive and intentional in your outreach? What's your vendors? Do you need to get connected with vendors? So it's so much more than just permitting, and we're really fortunate to have such an intentional office. The work we do with young people, both in the summer but also year-round, whether it's the youth programming in the parks, the Boys and Girls Club, the new added piece to Grow 1000 for the older youth, really it's STEM summer learning loss, but also to continue to diversify the current workforce. The work we're doing with OPA, of course, we'll talk about that more. And I think lastly, the last two things I'd like to highlight is Develop With Us. This is the equity-based engagement model that we're investing in the new fiscal year. It was co-created with community neighborhood associations and the planning department. Really excited for that to launch. And then lastly, just I would like to recognize all the amazing people in our employee resource groups. We currently have 4. The National Forum for Black Public Administrators, I'm presenting later on our office this week at their national conference, Local Government Latino Network, PRISM GR, and also Social Justice ERG. And so they come around the table and actually help us reimagine policies and practices just to really maximize inclusion and belonging for our staff as well. And then I guess I'll give my office also a shout out. We do a lot of equity work. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Doughton, and we have one more section, a brief summary of capital, then I'll wrap up and turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Okay, just briefly to give you a flyover view of what's going on with capital this year. In 2024, we're accounting for nearly 230 million worth of projects. This chart shows across what departments all those are occurring. Obviously, between engineering, ESD, and vital streets and water, those are the main departments doing most of the work. But we also, to the right, show the array across the wards, as well as you'll see a couple new categories this year. So some of these projects don't fit into a specific ward. They're citywide. That would be things like the wastewater treatment plant or our water filtration plant. That's an asset that applies to the whole city, or actually in that case the whole region, because we're a regional water and sewer system. But that gets me to the next category, regional. And then that's work that's done physically outside of the bounds of the city. That would be our partner communities, where we have over 11 partner communities with water and sewer. So those are projects that the city also benefits from, but the actual project's taking place out beyond our scope. So applies to all, and then the specific partner community only is that regional-CC customer community. the little pie graph there shows across our strategic priorities, the largest one being health and environment. So those are all those water sewer projects. Where we're doing the work. We used to highlight more with the neighborhoods of focus, but that in the graph, that's that highlighted purple odd-shaped box. But you can see across the wards with the heat map where the work is occurring. This is that same map just across the full fiscal plan. So over the course of 5 years, we plan for over $600 million of investment in assets. Moving on to how these projects balance out across the wards, specifically just by percentage rate. You'll see in 2026 a little bit heavier in Ward 1. I did go see what accounts for that spike up or anomaly, and that's specific work we're doing in Godfrey from Oxford to Market Avenue, and then in 26, and then in 2027 that's Godfrey Avenue, Liberty Street to Oxford. Both of those projects are $4 million, so it's a significant cost relative to other projects that are going on, so it creates a uptick there. This is the same graph, but it shows those citywide and regional investments are very costly, and it's a big piece of our capital plan. So just recognizing how that falls across the array. And then we'll get to wrap up.
Thank you. So as I said earlier, our next session would be on these topics: governmental excellence, safe community, engaged, connected, and economic prosperity. So if there are any urgent things that you would like us to emphasize more, please let me know. And as the mayor said earlier, any questions that you have, please email those to me and the CFO. And as the mayor said, we'll make sure that we respond to all questions in writing, and we'll make sure that much of, as we've seen with strategic objectives, some of these are not accomplished by one person or one department, so many of these very complicated issues require multi-department coordination, and so that's the reason why we're asking you to send your questions to us, and we will coordinate and get the responses from all departments and any other partners who are helping us in that work, and make sure we get it back to you by the time we have the next budget work session. And by the time you vote on the budget, you should have all the both questions and answers that have been asked. I do want to take a moment and specifically thank again those employees who have really made this possible. This is my 5th budget submission since I've been here, and again I'm very grateful to the employees who helped to make possible both this $643 million budget proposal, but also who will be part of the implementation of it. As you've seen, we've addressed a lot of important issues around safety, or health, environment, mobility, economic prosperity, housing, and community engagement. And I am grateful for those employees who have given very unselfishly of their time across all 30 departments, and who have gone above and beyond and exceeded my expectations and many of those of our community members. I'd like to specifically recognize the employees who have been part of this budget presentation, to begin with my executive team, Deputy City Manager Kate Behrens, Assistant City Manager Doug Matthews, Lou Canfield, and Chief of Staff and Asante Kane, Assistant to the City Manager. I'm very grateful for their work. I also appreciate the work of Ms. Stout as our Chief Equity Officer, our Director of Equity Engagement, and Ms. Allison Sutter, who has been a very quiet force this year in helping us with our strategic focus through our performance management plan as well as sustainability. Ms. Claren has a very, very capable staff. You heard from her earlier, but very quietly behind the scene is the Deputy CFO, Mr. Scott Sandin. And so I'm very thankful for him and all of the budget staff. Odie Kish, Laura Freeman, Nick Salazar, Reggie Pale, and Janessa Carter, and Tricia Chapman. And forgive me if there's others I may have omitted. And I'm also always grateful for Mr. Michael Moore for his work and our communications office, who partners with us in making sure that the communications, both to you, our workforce, and the public, are appropriate. So this time, Mayor, I'm happy to turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioners, any questions or comments? I know that we have the breakdown of the upcoming sessions in front of us. How I usually walk through the budget is I read the full budget, I make lots of tabs and questions, I email many of them to the city manager, but then if there's topics within each of these categories that I'd like us to take a deeper dive in, I'll ask him to add that and make sure that that's included as part of the budget workshop. And so that is how I plan to move forward, and then as we need additional time, we can decide that as we get closer to the public hearing. So any questions or comments or initial feedback to the city manager? Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. I just, too, want to offer my thanks to the city manager. I remember going to the open house when you were being interviewed for the position, so how did that time go by so fast? But yes, one, it looks beautiful, so thank you. The design is very cool and it's updated, and all the information, I think it's a reminder about all of the things that are happening, that we're doing we have this budget that's being presented, plus we're doing the master plan process, plus today we talked about the facilities master plan process and CD. We're going to hear an update about the Affordable Housing Fund. I think that is, when we're having conversations with some of our constituents, and this was a prime example after last week's meeting, or the last time we met, some questions around our investments around ensuring, we're thinking about our environment, being mindful of climate change. And just that morning, communications office had sent out a nice overview of park improvements and some of the things that we're doing. I'm like, if I would have just read my email, a couple hours before, I would have had a good response. So I think the work it's important. It is very, very much not something that we're doing on our own. And so this is going to be my fourth time around. So to be able to sit here and look at all these pieces, I'm excited to dive in a little bit more. And I'll hold my questions because most of them are, I would say, some minor pieces. The only thing that I did talk to Ms. Behrens about, I think last week, was when we look at all these park improvement pieces, is a good timeline. That's probably one of the bigger questions I received this year, is just some timeline pieces on when different improvements will come. So I know that would be useful to me as I'm having conversations with different constituents. But thank you for this information, and I look forward to our future sessions.
Yeah. Thanks, Commissioner. I had that written down as well. City Manager wanted to make a comment, and I'll see if there's any other
I will
comments.
say, one of the things I want to highlight that you can expect when we talk, even though I didn't propose it in this budget, when we get to May 9th, when we get to May 2nd, and we talk about safe community, I am going to ask our CFO and fire chief, our newly appointed fire chief, to talk to us about what considerations we need to think about in the future in constructing fire stations. And we will not be able to do so solely with our operation revenue, and we may need to either bond for that facility or even discuss a possible future fire safety millage. And so we'll begin that discussion, even though it's not proposed in this budget. It will be something that we will talk about as a horizon issue.
Oh, good. Thank you. I think that's one thing I've always appreciated is given having the opportunity to look at those horizon issues. And I think many of us know that that's been something that we've had to grapple with, especially with not just the fire stations that need improvement or to be built, but also the training facilities. So thank you for highlighting that. The other one that I would like added, City Manager, I thought about this as Commissioner Sassi was saying, I agree with the timeline issue. And then also maybe, and I don't know if you're going to include this with the engaged and connected community, also maybe an update on our 311 system and what we plan to do to make sure that that stays robust and we're able to respond to constituent issues in a timely manner. Commissioners, any additional feedback or comments for City Manager? All right, I'll end then to say thanks for everyone. I've been able to be here and see everyone locked up in a conference room working on the budget over the last 2 months for hours and hours on end. So I know a lot of work and time goes into presenting the budget, getting us prepared to work through the budget, but also to try to communicate all of the work to the community. This is a large budget. And City Manager, I'm glad that you touched on the fact that our overall budget is what we need to look at. Yes, there's enterprise funds and general funds, but every city uses a whole host of revenue streams to meet the goals within their community, whether that is state funds, federal funds, private funds, enterprise funds. It's a holistic budget that we need to look at holistically and not just carve out one piece, even though where we have the most flexibility, although it is limited, is in the general fund. So I appreciate your comments about really looking at the budget as a whole. And then also the fact that we can't do everything alone in this community, so I appreciated the end of your letter submittal and your conclusion, where you talk not just about the overall $643 million fiscal plan, but also the fact that some of the things that we get asked to do around this table are things that don't fall within our authority, whether it's around our educational system or public health, which our public health department falls under the county, or community mental health. Yes, we partner with them to the best of our ability, but those are services that we don't provide under this level of government. We have to partner with our county and sometimes with our state to get things done. So I appreciate you pointing that out. I think all of us have had those conversations lately, even as we've talked about how we resolve issues around homelessness and housing. We don't build housing. We don't run shelters. We don't have those facilities. We have to work with our nonprofit partners. We can do our part, but we can't do it alone. So I appreciate your conclusion of your letter really highlighting that. So I look forward to the budget sessions. I know as all of us work through the budget, we'll be able to send you additional questions, and that will prepare you for the presentations next week. All right, thank you. It'll be fun reading this weekend. All right, with that, I see we have our partners with our Affordable Housing Fund here. So, Commissioners, we have one more presentation, and this is to review the recommendations from our Affordable Housing Fund Board. And then after that, I will ask you to immediately go down to the Law Library for executive session. So I'll turn to our Deputy City Manager, Kate Behrens, and then our Chair of our Affordable Housing Fund, Commissioner Jim Talon. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm happy to be here. I'm just going to do a few opening remarks and then turn it over to Ryan Kilpatrick, who is our housing practice leader with Housing Next, and also Jim Talon and Eric Brown here as Chair and Vice Chair of the Affordable Housing Fund Board to speak a little bit more about the process. I just did want to provide just a little bit of history about the Affordable Housing Fund Board, initiated by this commission a couple years ago. We seated the board and actually started with them in earnest in July of 2022. The board consists of 11 members who represent a whole spectrum of familiarity with housing and affordable housing. So from folks who manage affordable housing projects to providing stability services to just citizens who live in housing of some sort. So a whole gamut there. In July, when we first seated the board, we did a number of trainings. The board did some routine things like adopt bylaws and do all of those things, but did want to emphasize for you that they were oriented to the city's overall strategic plan, as well as the housing needs assessment information that existed at the time, and a number of trainings, including our commitment to equity and engagement, and also environmental stewardship issues, and all of those things were provided as foundational trainings for the board. Then we turned in earnest to this first request for proposals, RFP number 1, we lovingly and creatively call it, and that was really focused on the ARPA allocation that the commission had provided in the prior budget process. So that was $5 million of ARPA funds, as you know, and created sort of the backdrop against which all of the proposals you're going to hear more about were measured. That has ticking timelines associated with it, so dollars need to be obligated by the end of 2024, and they need to be expended by the end of 2026. So that really created some boundaries for what the board was looking for. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Kilpatrick.
Thanks, Kate. Thank you, commissioners. I'm just here for a couple of quick slides to set the stage. Our Affordable Housing Fund subcommittee did most of the heavy lifting here, and so we're going to let Eric Brown and Jim Talon talk about that work. Really quickly, we'll just give you a high-level overview of the monumental task that was in front of this board and the committee. As Kate mentioned, there was $5 million initially made available that are ARPA funds. We received a total of 35 applications, 29 of which for development, 6 of which were for services. Had we had enough funding at the time to support all of those projects, it would have been more than $25 million in total grant allocations and $305 million in total investments towards new housing production, with an additional $3.4 million in grant awards for services and $7.1 million in total service production. So as you can see, there's a whole lot of demand for these dollars out there. We've got a lot of nonprofits and some for-profits that are doing really good work in the marketplace. And more subsidies are necessary in order to support all of that work. So the $5 million is really critical going forward, but we couldn't fund every project. So of the applications that were received, a total of 18 projects had units that were allocated at or below 50% of area median income. There were another 18 projects with units allocated for households earning 51 to 65% of area median income. For those of you that are accustomed to looking at low-income housing tax credit projects, I want to acknowledge that there's a discrepancy between how the LIHTC program normally allocates awards for 60% AMI households and below, and how the American Rescue Plan Act stipulates that households need to be served at 65% area median income and below. So the way that we looked at these projects was 65% AMI and below, because these are ARPA dollars in particular. And then another 13 projects were proposed with more than 180 total units serving households between 65 and 80% of area median income. So really quickly, the review criteria that this board was asked to use, and that it developed itself to determine how it would review projects, was first, is it ARPA eligible? That was the most important element, because those were the dollars being spent. And second, is the project fully funded upon an award from the Affordable Housing Fund Board? Those two things had to be able to be satisfied in order to move forward. But then there were a number of other criteria, and I'm going to invite Eric Brown with the Grand Rapids Urban League and the vice chair of our Affordable Housing Fund Board to talk through some of those other criteria, and then give you some information about the awards that are recommended to you here today.
Thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Talon he'll talk more specifically about the criteria after my part of the presentation. But we do see on the board there some of those criteria that once the projects were able to move beyond those initial two, those were the other criteria that we looked at. Project meets criteria related to equitable outcomes and sustainability. One of those trainings, I don't know if it was mentioned, but the equity officer, she came and did a great training that I think impacted all of us and was greatly appreciated by myself and the rest of the board, I believe. This project seeks maximum efficiency in the use of available funds. That's kind of should be embedded in project targets low to moderate income households. Again, Chair Taylor will talk a little bit more in depth about how we got to the recommendation that we're going to present right now. Next slide, or do I just move it? Just hit enter. There we go. All right. So this is our recommended grant awards. Again, as it was stated, we targeted the $5 million of ARPA funds that were available. We see there the applicant, the project name, type, number of units, recommendation, request per unit, and project total. A couple things. These are some of these are familiar organizations to us. We're looking at recommending the Link Ups Avenue 2 apartments. That's going to provide 10 units of new housing, and that is for the senior population. Amplify Boston Square Together 2. Again, another new 45 units. New Development Corporation, 2 units, and I believe that is in our home ownership category. Yep. Dwelling Place, another 6 units in the home ownership category, and then Genesis Linear Apartments, 55 units, And then Commonwealth Lexington project, another 39 units for the total of 157 all new units of housing to be put into the ecosystem. So we broke it up by construction projects and then also the services. So we're recommending AYAU services, youth supportive housing, to expand those services they're doing, tune of $270,000, and then 61st District Court, their eviction diversion, to expand that programming, tune of $220,000. So a total of $490,000 in services and $4,474,000 in construction. Our total recommended award right now is $4,965,081. So how would that break down as it relates to AMI? As Ryan was talking about, 77 of the units proposed, a total of 77 were at or below 50% of AMI. And within that subcategory of 25 units were at or below 30% AMI. So there was ability to go with 25 units that were greatly going towards that lowest target market or population, excuse me. 50 units were at the 50 to 60% AMI, and then 30 units, a total of between 60 and 80% AMI. And then our housing support recommendations, as I've said, $220,000 for eviction prevention for 61st District Court and $270,000 to address youth homelessness is how that for the AYAU services. Now I'll turn it over to the chair of this illustrious board, Jim Talon.
Morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'd like to provide some additional background on how we arrived at these recommendations. Last year, our board tasked a subcommittee of volunteer board members to draft a set of priorities and a process for systematically rating the handful of proposals we expected to receive for Affordable Housing Fund support. The subcommittee's two highest priority categories for housing projects were affordability and equitable outcomes, with 40% of the total possible 127 points being able to be scored in those two categories. The next highest priorities were for the amount of subsidy requested in terms of dollars per unit of housing and the sustainability strategies that were part of the project. Those two areas accounted for another 24% of possible points. So between those four areas I just mentioned, we're talking about over 2/3 of how we scored these proposals. Additional areas that could add up to 12% of total possible points included the project's affordability period. Would it be affordable for 60 years or 30 years or 10 years? The project's readiness to proceed. Would it be completed in less than 18 months or in less than 24 months? Did the project engage the community for input and include people with lived experience in their process? And did the project directly address homelessness? There were a few other miscellaneous items that could score an additional 3% of the total points. The full Affordable Housing Fund Board approved those scoring categories and asked the subcommittee that came up with the priorities to also review the proposals when they came in. And of course, we said yes. I'm not sure if we'd have known there were going to be 29 housing proposals if we would have agreed so easily. But we went ahead and did the work, and it was a lot. We read all the proposals, met several times to try to reach consensus on how to score each one. And the board was very clear that the scores would be a starting point for the evaluation process, not the deciding factor, but we wanted to be as fair and impartial as we could in the scoring, basing it only on what was in each proposal, not what we might know on our own or how we might feel about any particular project or developer. And let me be very clear about something right here. We wished we could have recommended all the proposals. The good news is that there are a lot of great projects in the pipeline, and we hope that our community can find a way to get them all to the finish line. The chart you see here is a summary of part of our work. It shows projects for construction of rental units that scored 70 points or more in the subcommittee scoring process that I've already described. The slide doesn't include the 7 projects that scored below 70, mostly so you'd be able to see the font could be large enough you could see them all on the screen. But you can read about those additional projects in the materials that you've received. Due diligence by city staff revealed that a number of the top scoring projects were not as ready to go as it might have seemed months earlier when the proposals were submitted. And those projects were eliminated due to things like not having control of the proposed site or not having all of the project funding sources committed. As the subcommittee did its work, we agreed fairly early on that we wanted to prioritize projects that created new housing units rather than rehabilitating currently occupied ones. And for that reason, we did not recommend funding First AME's Allen Manor or Dwelling Places 21 Weston at this time. The subcommittee also decided that it did want to recommend supporting some home ownership opportunities, even though the cost per unit tends to be considerably higher for those than for rental units. We scored those projects separately and recommended the top two, as you can see on this table. The subcommittee recommendations were approved by the Affordable Housing Board at our April 12 meeting. I want to thank the Commission for setting aside funding for affordable housing and entrusting this important task to us. It's been an honor. I want to thank my co-chair, Eric, and all the board members who worked so hard to put these recommendations before you. Some of them are here, and I ask them to just briefly raise your hand so we can see you. Thanks. Appreciate all your work. We had some great discussion. We learned a lot from this initial process that we hope we can improve for future ones. And in fact, our next board meeting in May is going to focus on evaluating what we did and figuring out how we can do it better. So for now, let's get some shovels in the ground and help move the needle on critical housing needs that we have in our community.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So just real quickly before turning it back over to you, Mayor, as next steps following today's presentation to the Commission, if you're in concurrence with these recommendations, we would bring back a resolution for the Commission to approve the recommendations as presented and to allow us to go forward with funding agreements with those that are successful. There will be a process where we finally confirm ARPA eligibility, so if there are any changes that arise out of that funding agreement process, we would certainly report back to the Commission.
Great. Thank you. Thanks. I'll start by thanking all of the members of the Affordable Housing Fund Board. I think some of us around this table called you and asked you to serve on this body, not really knowing the amount of time and the work that it would entail. So thank you for stepping up and giving so much of your time and talent to the work that's been done and to bring these recommendations forward. There are so many things I love about this community, but that's one that I love the most, is that people are willing to step up and help out when asked. So thank you. I have just two concrete questions. You know, I looked at this list of recommended projects, and they are familiar, I think, to most of us. Some of these projects have received home dollars, LIHTC dollars, RAP dollars. And, you know, I know with the current market, there were still gaps. So my question is, are we confident that if these funds are allocated, all of these projects have enough funding to move forward and get started as quickly as possible? We know the urgency of having these units made available to individuals in this community. So I just want to make sure that these are last dollars in and that these projects are going to be able to go, or if we're going to still be trying to figure out how to find additional funds to make them move forward.
Right. Yeah, I say yes with confidence. That was part of the assessment, both part of the application materials and requests was demonstrate that these would be last dollars in. We also did some coordination at the back end at the staff level between this process, the CDBG federal formula grant process you also heard a presentation about today, and the RAP grant processes. So barring some inflationary factor that wasn't taken into account with the project budgets or something else we are unaware of, these should be what is required to get these projects across the finish line. Again, if during the negotiation of the final funding agreements, we become aware of something that causes us to believe that the ARPA timelines won't be able to be met by construction of these units, we would then be back to talk about that more.
Okay, and then a follow-up question, then I'll turn to Commissioner O'Connor and then Commissioner Isasi. So for the services, I'm curious about reporting and how we are going to ensure that the outcomes that we're expecting are met. So what's the review and assessment of impact and outcomes for the two service providers, the AYA and the district court?
That is a very good question. We will definitely include that in the funding agreement in terms of outcomes and reporting in order to demonstrate compliance with what has been described in the application materials. I will turn it over if there were other expectations outlined through the subcommittee process. So that'd be part of the funding agreement set of expectations, and we'll monitor that going forward.
That would be great. And you may have talked about this. My hope is that those dollars are going directly to the individuals that need the help and not to build additional, operational costs for organizations. We know the need is great, especially around eviction diversion. And so my hope is that that's actually helping people to prevent an eviction from happening and getting in the hands of the people that need it the most. So.
I'm going to invite Ryan to talk a little bit about that proposal.
Sure. Yeah, for both of those proposals, there are some dollars that are dedicated to caseworkers to ensure that they have adequate staff capacity to support the work, but there are also a majority of the dollars are going directly to households that need it to keep them in housing or to provide housing for individuals who have already lost housing.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that. Commissioner O'Connor and then Commissioner Isasi.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess just one kind of, like a couple of questions, but budgetarily speaking, $4.9 million in expenditures, but what's the actual balance in the Affordable Housing Fund before the expenditures happen, just as a basic balance sheet here?
It's approximately $1 million from some other sources that were provided other than ARPA.
So a little over 6 million.
So we have, okay.
Yeah.
I think that's good context. And I guess the second question, and this is not maybe both related to, the budget conversation we're having, talking about putting $10 million more in there. And I'm excited to, after chairing the committee that set this up years ago, to see this finally come to light. But, I think one of the conversations we envisioned in the beginning was, the sustainability of this fund and these dollars essentially serving as a corpus to begin these investments, but how we can leverage these dollars to potentially gain some additional, philanthropic dollars or funding sources from some other folks. And then just, has the board discussed what a plan looks like to make sure that, it's not just this first $16 million that goes in from the city and, we spend it on some projects that do good, but then there's not a way to facilitate, big scale projects. I mean, obviously we have the pilot strategy to have pilot dollars go into that, and that's about it at this point. So what is are there other discussions happening about how this becomes a sustainable fund for affordable housing?
Yes, so as part of the onboarding of the board, we did talk about the full scope of sort of what the board's tasks are from the commission, and that growing the fund is one of those. We have not spent a lot of time with the board putting a plan together to do that because we were so focused on getting this first set of ARPA dollars out the door, but we have touched on that several times as being once the foot is off the gas of getting that RFP process done, we intend to go back and circle back at the staff level. We're just actually setting up some conversations with the community foundation that manages the fund for us to get some information that we can then engage the board on what are the ways we could grow the fund.
I would also add, the county is in early discussions of their revolving loan fund and have asked for the city's participation. And we want to make sure if that were an option, because I think they've secured some matches that whatever we contribute, we would see the direct return in Grand Rapids 2 to 3 times that contribution, and not just, while it is a countywide issue and we can build a lot of units throughout the county, we wanted to make sure that we would be able to see direct return in our city. And so I think that's something that we would ask the Affordable Housing Fund as well to advise us on.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Isasi?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to everyone who's here who's serving. That was a long list of individuals, and we spent a lot of time being really diligent and knowing that we needed a lot of voices and a lot of expertise. So just my immense gratitude. My question was also on some of the evaluation process of the youth services, but I also wanted to highlight, because I think this goes back to what we just talked about in the budget. We have all these different funds and sometimes it's state money, federal money, different state agency money. So I did just want to highlight, and I think Connie's in the back too. So in the AYA has not been able to be considered for that pot of money that we just approved, those federal dollars, because of fair housing pieces. And so we would look at this as this is a different, this is a different pot of money. So I just wanted to highlight that, sometimes we can do one thing over here, but we can't do it. And it's not that. We just have to follow the appropriate rules. And so this is just different funding. And then I appreciate the pieces on the new development side, because I think that's what we continue to hear. So it sounds like you had a good process for that, information. I also think that if we could have a subsequent spreadsheet that shows this funding here and then other funding that we just approved. So we just had an update about the Seymour Square pieces, just so that the commission as a whole can see where are all these investments coming from. And I think that's important to have those stacked dollars to support this enormous problem in our community that we're working to try to resolve. Thanks.
Good points, thanks. Commissioner?
Yeah, good morning still. I just wanted to express my gratitude for your thoughtfulness in creating a system and a very clear methodology of how you would assess proposals and make those final decisions. Really, really appreciate that. I think that provides clarity, transparency, and trust in the process. So just want to thank you, and I'm really excited to see these move forward.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, any comments? All right, so is the consensus around this table to have staff move forward with bringing these forward for approval at one of our upcoming meetings in May so that we can get these dollars out the door? Yes. Yeah, okay. All right, I don't think I need to ask for a formal vote, correct? Just to give direction? All right, sounds good. Thank you again for all of your work, everyone. Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, so I am going to then close this Committee of the Whole meeting and ask you to join me downstairs in the Law Library. Oh, 601? Oh, we switched it. Sorry. 601. So let's head down there. And then just a reminder, we're back together. Those of us who are serving on the Public Safety Committee, we're back together at 1:30 up here, and then 3 o'clock down in 601 with John Glabinski. All right, thanks.